Hello, welcome one and all to the Astropub. My name is Paul, Berserker01 Batman Shelley, your humble host who forgot to do something. Hold on. Because I'm doing a fundraiser. Whee! I set it up last night and I forgot to fucking put it on my over screen. Hold on. Hold on.
Take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Kapam just resubscribed for 65 months. Ready to shift your perspective from the ordinary to the extraordinary? Ready to reset your expectations to the everyday to the highest heights? From breathtaking views, incredible dining, Crusader is calling. Stay at the luxurious accommodations, tour Empire-class shipyards and bask in a sunset that is truly unforgettable. With shuttles arriving daily, what are you waiting for? Come, visit Horizon, the city in the clouds.
I hate you, Cupan. Thank you. Go. All right, there we go. Hello, my name is Paul Berserker01 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. We are raising money for charity. I need to bring up the stream. There we go. Spell it right? No, I didn't. Maybe I did it with the capital? Yeah. Really? Oh, I do have it for parody. There we go. Done. There we go. Did I not activate it? There we go. Now it's activated. One more time. With feeling. There we go. Charity, you say? Yes, I indeed, a charity. So this is I talked about doing this before. It's last week. It is an organization called Adopt a Classroom. Their main goal is they're mostly active in the United States. What they do is they give supplies to teachers. Teachers can also like apply for it, so they can put their own like goals up. But I'm just doing straight through the help the organization. The idea is, and they say this on their website, which is in my experience pretty true as a teacher, is that teachers on average in the United States spend about $890 to $900 a year on supplies themselves for their classrooms, because the districts just cannot or will not pay for them. Oh, yeah, it's a good one to tell your friends about this or to your teachers. Was that $200 fucking dollars? $250? Trentino, you fucking mad lad. Thank you for $250. Hey, thank you for that. Our goal is $1,000 because it's that would basically cover a teacher's yearly cost. So if we can get beyond that, that's great too. We're gonna be doing a Tarantino. I get that now. Or Tyrant 07. I guess that worked too. Why am I blanking on this? Oh, we're gonna be raising money for this entire week. So if we reach our goal, we'll also do some giveaways and stuff like that. I'll probably do a giveaway tomorrow, more of a smaller giveaway in support of it. So, yes, I am ready to fly that stupid Redeemer as part of the goal that we reached last week for our 48-hour pubathon. I said for this week, while I'm raising money, I will fly the fucking Redeemer in support of my fellow teachers. So when I'm playing Star Citizen this week, I will be flying the Redeemer. Lore question: did Augusta Down lose his parents due? Oh, I mean Auguste Dunlow. Yeah, no, he did. Basically, his mom and dad were forced into a stadium that was built specifically by the Imperator, and because a lot of locals were in Angeli, and on the Imperator's trip to, I think it was Ulysses Messer, when he was going to the stadium, Fiona's handpicked terrorists detonated a bomb inside the stadium that killed and injured a bunch of people, and that accident or that attack caused the Imperator's motorcade to stop. And when it stopped right at the space where Linton's rebels, his like handpicked military personnel, were able to ambush the motorcade and kill him. Force his father to kill himself. So yeah, Dunlow watched the whole thing happen, but he was on a school trip because he was expected by the government to be like in his school uniform at the parade, watching the Emperor go down, and he watched the explosion from a distance, only finding out that his mother was killed in it and his father was badly injured. And it forced young Auguste to try to work to pay for medicine to help his father, because everyone was fucked at the time, and didn't help. His father died, and he went into an orphanage, and he basically swore revenge on the entirety of the Mezzer regime at that point. So yeah, it was the anti-Mezzer revolution was very personal for August. This is the guy who founded Crusader Industries, by the way. On YouTube, do get to donate in Imperator's Paul's name. I mean, it's just through Tiltify, so it'll go through with Tiltify as it does. I won't crash it on purpose. It's like Franz Ferdinand, sort of, yeah. So August would really hate the Nine Tails. He would despise the Nine Tails. I wouldn't say he was a pacifist, because he definitely did a revolution. But if the Nine Tails are doing the attacks that they are for political reasons, yeah, he would not like them at all. Remember, he spent a lot of his life in exile because of the Mezzers. Yeah, so we're going to talk a little bit about this. I'm going to give you a hot take on it because I watched it. Generally speaking, that live stream, I think, is important to watch on your own. It is 2 hours. I am not watching a 2-hour live stream of gameplay from the devs for folks. It's not really worth an analysis in that way.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Valisat just resubscribed for 28 months.
Thank you so much for 28 months of support. You're very important, public, very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. You rock. Trust and cheers and chat. Yeah, trust and cheers. But I get it. No, I want to talk about it. The point is that I don't want to, like, I'm not going to do a reaction to it, because it's like, fuck, man. That's going to be a lot of watching for not a lot of stuff. The couple of things that I did get out of it was, one, it's CIG. They're going to show us everything, even the rough parts. I'm glad that they did what they did. It's not going to change anything, to be quite honest. Like, because let's be honest, CIG is making record money, and the only people who care about this are people who are terminally online. Nobody watched it who wasn't already following Star Citizen. But it was definitely an example of why CIG generally doesn't do live events. I would say people should watch it only so you can sort of understand the devs a little bit better. No one? You mean all the backers? It mattered. All right, I have it up right now. I can tell you how many people watched it. I don't know how many people watched it live, but I guarantee you that not everyone watched it live. Right now, and I shit you not. It has 36K views. Okay? That is a decent amount. That's an average amount of views that people watch who watch Star Citizen content. That's about what you see when you look at any other content creator in Star Citizen. That's about what they get. Star Citizen fans are split over everything regarding Star Citizen. I think it's a good watch only because it sort of shows you the how CIG is internally. I know some people are saying it felt cringe and how much they're picking on one another. That's just kind of how game development is. You take a bunch of people who like video games and decide to dedicate their careers to video games. You're not getting the most mature, emotionally or socially folks on the planet, especially since a lot of the people who work at CIG are younger. So we can all agree they treated kind of bad Ollie. Yeah. I don't remember Ollie being an especially excellent player of Star Citizen, though. So. Clearly, it was his idea. He took the fall. I mean, it's not a bad idea. It's what people have been wanting, right? People have been saying, I want to see CIG play their own fucking game. And so he's like, let's just do that. Listen, I've seen some cringe shit, okay? It was a disaster, but they don't want but I want them to do it more. Yeah, I mean, all right. From a perspective of what they were trying to do, I understand what they were trying to do. You learn from these mistakes. You don't run from these mistakes, because are you just never going to play a game live? Like, you're never going to play Squadron 42 live? Why not? Like, other game devs play their game live all the time. They're not perfect the first time through, and there are often bugs and problems. They work through them and consistently play them. But yes, but their games tend to work. Not always. And by the way, I'm still young or youngish. Hopefully you're not 2 years old, Ladna. If there's any hostilities felt it came from Jared, the rest is just coworkers having fun. 27. It's cool. As someone who said in Grimstream, it wasn't Christmas stream cringe. I love that Christmas stream. We've watched it many times on this channel. Especially since I know every time I watch it, Tyler cringes a little bit. It makes me happy. My issue is if this is broken on a fresh 4-person internal environment, how long is it going to take them to get this working on a larger scale? Years? Let me be very, very clear, y'all. There are 2 options that CIG has, and they're going to try to pick a middle path. The one option is fuck it, stop developing the game, try to make the game as best as they can right now, and then just release it as it is. That is not an option they want to go for, but it is that option that would make them the most money. Because they could keep selling ships and keep doing the way it is now and just polished version of the herd that they have right now. It wasn't the first time I did it, though. I've done it many times in July. The other thing to note is they could also just keep pushing things out broken, and then once they have all of the features in, they can, instead of just having a bunch of half-finished slapdash bullshit spaghetti code that's still in there, then they can actually polish and work on it. So they're not just polishing something, adding something new in that destabilizes everything, and then continuing to polish. But they're not going to do that either, because they wouldn't make any money. Oh, it's still an alpha, Toa. It's just forever fucking alpha. That's why when I say I'm fucking tired, man, I'm just fucking tired. That's what I mean. I'm fucking tired. It's been 14 years. I've been following this project for 13, 12 years now. I've been doing a content creation for almost 10 or over 10 years now. For this game, it feels so treadmill-y. It feels so like CIG hasn't learned any lessons from the past and are making the same mistakes again. And there's nobody guiding the fucking ship through the storm. I'll be curious as to see how it runs in the squadron environment compared to this 4-person shard. It was still on the net code, though. No, that's the important thing to remember. It's still on a back end. That's weird, because people are donating fucking like that. Thank you, Steven, for $750. So I have to raise the goal again. Oh, let me see if I can fix it. Huh.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews. It doesn't seem to be letting me update.
Ever. Take away my space game.
Victura just resubscribed for 70 months. That dude is about to take this stream from the ordinary to the extraordinary.
God fucking damn it.
Said, hey Paul, hey chat.
God damn it, Victoria. Thank you for the 70 months of support. You're very important, Papa. Very impressed, Mr. Very petition. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Thank you for already breaking that. I'm gonna have to do a fucking update somehow. We're already at our goal because you're fucking generous. Is 142 a complete download on our local drive or cloud-based? I think it's complete download. The idea is that it creates a player and host environment where the host is going to be in your PC. So it uses some of the same logic as the Star Citizen client does, but it doesn't have the same backend code. It's a very simple version. Like they have object container streaming was one of the things where they stream in and out, but it's just how it works. Why don't they make a PTU version 2 where they add all the features of broken people testing, keep that live that way? Chops, I've been asking for that for 2 years. like, I don't know, like some sort of tech preview or something like that. It's something that's normal that other developers do. But CIG seems to be resistant to that idea, and I feel like it's because it's expensive. And CIG has been, let's just say, cutting costs. Thank you, Stephen.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
We got a golden Kappa train. Woo! You want a golden Kappa? Donate, sub, that kind of thing. Sub, gift, or cheer. You got a golden Kappa.
Lad4 now just resubscribed for 3 months.
You got 3 months of support there, Ladney. You're a very important pupper. Very impressive, Mr. Vanny Pedestrian. You rock. Chelsea, cheers, Jet. Y'all, Chelsea, cheers. The detractors have been saying that from the beginning, CryEngine was garbage and would not support an MMO environment, but Whales and Knights Around shot them down and enabled them. That's because saying an engine is bad isn't an answer. There's no engine that's bad. It's just an engine needs to be managed for its own purposes, like for the right purposes.
Iris Dread Tide just resubscribed for 43 months. Paul is taking other teachers from the everyday to the highest heights. From breathtaking views, incredible dining and unmatched shopping, Crusader is calling. Whether they spend the day cloud hopping with the storm whales or relaxing by green circles, infinite spas, what are they waiting for? Come, visit Orison, the city in the clouds.
Teachers would go to Orison. They would. Thank you so much for that. 43 months of support there, Iris. You're very important, pupper. Very impressed, Mr. Vanny Pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. My worry is Squadron Warrior 2 has always been touted as it will work better because it's offline. Well, we just saw that experience not good. That's not the same. It's not the same thing. Like, that's like saying Skyrim and fucking Starfield are the same because they use the same engine. You know, or I'm trying to think of another example that wouldn't make sense. Like Fallout 76 and Fallout 4 are the same thing. It's like, yeah, they use the same assets, but the back end is completely different.
Cape H907 just resubscribed for 20 months. How about some new sound bites? It's only a model. When?
That's a good one. I got to do that. Thank you so much, Escapa. You're very important.
Let's party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. Come on and put your lips together. Blow the candle out. Party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. I wanna make you feel real special. Put your name in lights. We are gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Blow the candle out.
Valada06 just got a sub from Thorn123400. Thorn123400 gifted a tier 1 sub to Valada06.
Thank you, Vlado06, for that. Thank you for giving that sub to Vlado06. You're both very important puppers, very impressive sisters, very pedestrians. You rock. Shots and cheers, chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Yeah, my point is, it's a false equivalency to say that. Now, could there be problems with Squadron 42? Last I heard, yeah, there are. Concerns internally about it, but like it was not everyone that I talked to. And the one thing that I did hear consistently from the teams was it's fun. That's what I heard. It's fun. And that wasn't like again, these are people who are telling me a lot of dark shit about CIG. A lot of stuff that I would tell you, but it would like, none of you would believe me. Like not even knowledge would believe me, because it wouldn't fit with with a lot of the narratives that have been generated. But it's like, and shit that I haven't said at all. So these aren't people who are like out to spread misinformation or out to be like, oh yeah, this is fine. This is fine. It was all pretty like honest shit. Hey! Happy!
At Happy RBOB gifted at HAP, a membership.
Thank you for gifting those subs. I gotta actually turn this off.
Take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my.
Because if I don't, it'll play for another 5 turns. I'm not going to talk about Sandy Gardner knowledge. I do not like the direction I think she's going with marketing, because I don't think she really is pushing the like using what they have, like using the limited resources they have properly. But I'm also not at CIG. I am not a professional marketer. I used to be, but I haven't done anything like CIG is doing like professionally. So I can give my opinions and say this is what I think would work and that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, I don't have access to their internal numbers, so I don't know what it is. Oh, Sandy's just now the VP of marketing again, Arcturus. That's it. She just returned back to working for the company. Hey, Tyrant!
Tyrant07 just gifted 10 subs.
Thank you for giving those 10 subs. You're very important, but very impressive pedestrian. Pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I haven't seen this community upset in SCL in a while. I mean, I think it was, again, I actually think it was a good thing for them to do. I would like them to do more of it, because they'll learn from it and hopefully they get better at it. And like the one thing that was at least interesting enough was to show that CIG's, yes, I know, internal like servers are still fucked, which just basically means that, hey, CIG knows everything is fucked. For once, it's not just CIG's putting their head in the sand. They actively know everything is fucked. That doesn't mean they're not gonna release, because the patch always goes. But hey, at least it's a little bit, I feel a little bit better personally that like, oh, hey, they know everything's fucked. You get to feel the pain like the rest of us. What happened in 3.24? Was it the patch right before 4.0? Or are you talking about 3.18? They could have used the live servers and live builds. They should have used the live servers and live builds. My guess is this is no inside information. I keep have to say this. This is just my assumption based off of how I know CIG operates. Likely if I remember correctly, this is Ollie's idea. Ollie probably said, let's make our devs play the game, and I'll play with them. Because people know me. I know how to play the game. And admin said, absolutely fucking not. The game is a fucking mess. We cannot have them play the Siege of Orison on live servers or like a PTU servers because it's broken. We know it's broken. So we want to mitigate as much problems as possible by doing internal servers. And so they compromised and said, basically, you do the internal builds that we have to play it. This means it's insider knowledge. No, it's not. It's not insider knowledge, God damn it. I have to express that because every time I say something like I know, people assume I'm saying shit from like internal sources. Like, no.
Aranthilas just got a sub from Halfcalf18. Halfcalf18 gifted a tier 1 sub to Aranthilas.
Thank you so much for giving that sub there. And you're very important, Pupper. Very impressive visitors. You rock. Trust and choose and check. Yo, trust and choose. Basically, what I'm hearing is Paul is calling admin a bunch of gutless, juiceless cowards. Have you seen the kind of stuff they do? They fucking had a hilariously disastrous release of the of that Christmas live stream. And since then, they did fucking none of them. They fucking stopped entirely. Instead of taking it on the chin and getting better, they fucking like ran around like a bunch of cowards, okay? They are cowards. I've been saying this for years and people have mocked me for saying they're cowards. Like, are they really cowards? Like, yeah, they're cowards, guys. The thing is if even if everything works smoothly, it would still just be a very generic Tarkov-like shooter. Most of them on foot, that is. It's fine. Like, I enjoyed when I played Siege of Orison. It was a good indication of how things have been improving in terms of gameplay design, like level design. Someone saying it's generic is like, yeah, but I mean, you got to start somewhere. I wouldn't put that much conspiracy theory there. Deplorable. Ollie is just new. He only started working at CIG, what, 2 months ago? Hey. The Golden Kappa. Will CIG do anything to address the issues revealed today? No. I mean, eventually, yeah, but not immediately. Might just be opinion, but I don't think the majority of backers for spaceflight sim care for the generic FPS gameplay. The spaceships are the selling point. Yes and no. The spaceships are the thing that people are buying, but I don't think the spaceships themselves are the selling point. What was revealed today? It's not today, it was yesterday. And I would say I'm going to be, again, because I am not the kind of guy who's going to sit here and be like, everything is awful or everything is awesome. I'm trying to give my own sort of nuanced take on the whole thing. The Star Citizen Live, I think everyone should watch it. It's called Game Dev Siege of Orison. It's an hour and 50 minutes. But a lot of it is just them playing the game. Some of it is banter. There's a lot of stuff like that. So I wouldn't watch SEO yet. Was the episode Xmas Special or Citizen Con Demo? Citizen Con Demo? Yeah, I get it. Thank you for telling me ahead of time. Because I don't actually show up. You're coming off kind of white knighty here, Paul. that SEO was a shit show and it feels like you're covering for them. If you think it's a shit show, then why would White Knight by saying go watch it? Grim. Stream. My name is Paul Berserker01 Batman Shell, your humble host and space fighter here at the Astropub. Your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. We're talking about the SCL, which I think everyone should watch because it does show a lot of interesting things as well as a lot of cringy things, but just popped in. It felt sort of that this was thrown together at the last second and not planned well. They were going to cover what they were going to cover while going through the mission should have been talked about beforehand. I agree. And that's one of the reasons why I want them to do stuff like this in the future, because that's what you learn. You don't learn a lot by succeeding. You learn better by failing. And I think this is a skill that CIG needs to build, which is how to stream and how to stream with devs. So things like, Elliot, shut the fuck up. You know, leave that stupid shit at the fucking door when you're playing with your friends. I'm not telling you to like be perfect and eloquent, but like learn some self-control, brother. Things like we should like you said, you should probably go through what you're going to do, what you're going to highlight, those sorts of things, plan ahead of time when you're doing those things. What do you do? Tell the other people who are doing stuff. I say this because I have experience. I have done this exact thing for another game. I did it publicly on a live stream with thousands of people watching for a game that was just being demoed on for the first time on that live stream and is a very popular game today. In fact, by me helping the devs out by doing that, they sent me a gift that I still have, which is Deep Rock Galactic. So I'm speaking with authority here as somebody who's done this before. For those of you who don't know, I was literally one of the people who was playing Deep Rock Galactic for the first time being displayed for everyone on a live stream. Like, not even joking. Rockin' Stone. I can go get... The devs were really cool about it because they only brought 4 devs to GDC. It was like 2016, I think. They brought 4 devs there and they needed someone to play, and I'd been playing it, hanging out and playing it and talking with the devs. And I'm like, you mind if I demo? I'm a live streamer, so I kind of know how to do this. And they were like, sure. And so I think I was the guy who shoots the platforms. I always forget the name of that one, but I was shooting platforms to help them out with that kind of stuff. Imagine we're fighting a giant mech. I know. I love it. So like, that's the engineer. Yeah, I thought it was the engineer. It's been a while, honestly, since I've played it, to my shame. But I have literally done this before. And the key is to follow the guides of what the other people are doing and saying, and following up what the person who's talking about what's going on is doing. Here, let me show you this. I don't know if this is available. I think it's pretty rare. I will show what they sent. They even had little rock candies inside of it, which was nice. I gotta put this at a place where it doesn't get knocked over by my cats. It's very cool with them. Haven't played Diablo, Paul. You need to turn your beard immediately. It's this, to be honest, it's one of those games you really need friends to play with, and it's hard to convince people to play it. CIG hires YouTuber to stream. He streams. He doesn't just do YouTube. I think Morph put it pretty well in saying Jared did a terrible, non-existent job introducing and teeing up Ollie to take the lead as host, asking questions and guiding the conversation. It is likely no one involved thought that far ahead. Yep. They're not that fancy. They're pretty cheap, but they're called in-ear monitors. They're not really headphones. So they're a different type of monitor or headphone that specifically is designed for like musicians. I think it has less lag time as a result. It's like more immediate. Now, to address what someone was saying earlier, someone was saying earlier that that like Star Citizen is about ships, and yeah, the first-person perspective is important. I agree. I personally would love for CIG to have developed the game around the ships, because that has always been the focal point of the game, in my opinion, based off of what I've seen that the fans have. A first-person experience of you on the ship. Not necessarily a flight sim, per se. I mean, it was a flight sim in the sense it was a space sim, which is a different thing. And I've had this conversation 1,000 times before. It's the gaming definitions are stupid and they don't make a lot of sense and people don't understand them. Like we had a conversation earlier in an earlier stream about roguelike versus roguelite. Are in space? Kind of. I have issues with how CIG has developed the game, but I think it's too late for them to address those issues simply because they're already, like, the stone is already rolling down the mountain. You don't try to stop the stone and push it back up the hill without getting crushed. Like, it's what's going to happen is going to happen. It's one of the reasons why I'm like, CIG should just get 1.0 out and then start figuring out what the fuck to do. Hey, Cybersec. The FPS shooter stuff should be around ships. Everything should be in relation to the ships themselves because they're the focal point. You're a space adventurer going off on your spaceship, and your spaceship is an expression of who you are, of the gameplay you're doing, of what you're doing. That should be the point. But it feels much more like CIG is dedicated to making the universe an FPS experience, meaning first-person perspective.
You can take away my spaceship.
FPP, I should say.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Wild_Lee_Coyote just resubscribed for 7 months. The avalanche has already started. It's too late for the pebbles to vote. Gosh.
Thank you so much for that. Words of wisdom. They're wildly occurred to you. Very important, proper, very impressive, very pedestrian. Always love a good Babylon 5 quote. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I disagree with you, Paul. The ships are your car. They mean as much as little as a car means to you. But in a game about cars, you want the cars to be the focus point, right? Like, I'd be really confused if there was a Need for Speed game that focused on, like, action outside of the cars. Like, the cars are kind of the point. is a game about you, not about the car. But I don't really think Star Citizen functions as a good game about you, the space adventurer. It functions better as a game about you, the space adventurer, and their ship. You are Han Solo, Captain Picard, Kirk, Mal. You know, what is Malcolm Reynolds without the Serenity? What is Kirk without the Enterprise? What is Solo without the Millennium Falcon? Like, these things are inseparable from their identities, and I think that was the inspiration for Star Citizen in the first place. Need for Speed licensing registration. Question: what do you say the core pillars of CIG versus what the community believes them to be? CIG, core pillars of what, though? That's the question. Or are you talking about the core pillars of dev? Because they've already told us the core pillars. Like the Fast and Furious franchise, not much about cars now. I disagree. Cars are still the focus of the Fast and Furious franchise. They're just now fucking not Sims. This is not a movie series about racing. It is a movie series about cars doing kung fu. Rhetorically, is Star Citizen trying to be Need for Speed or GTA or both? It's trying to be GTA. When it should be more about, I wouldn't say specifically Need for Speed or like Gran Turismo, but it should be more focused on that. Hey, Jaden. The problem is those characters had one ship, we have hundreds. And each ship should be a reflection of the player. What you're doing, what you want to do, what you want to go through. Like, I used to think the core pillars were based on things like physics-based flight, physicalized world, and consequence play. Like, what is CIG? You're asking me, what do you think CIG, what CIG thinks Star Citizen is? I couldn't tell you. I don't think CIG knows. I think individual members of the CIG staff have their own opinion on what Star Citizen is. I'm sure Chris Roberts has an idea of what it is. But I don't think there is a unified mission statement on what Star Citizen is. Having gone back to Elite recently and really hammered home how empty Star Citizen feels without free-roaming pirates and security vessels and NPC ships outside of specific mission areas. CIG says it's for everyone, but that doesn't mean anything. That's platitude. That's not a mission statement. That's a platitude. Living our space lives, doing the professions that each ship allows. Basically, yeah. I feel like that is a more engaging and unifying experience for your Star Citizen player. You can still go down to bunkers and stuff like that, but it's your ship that takes you there, it's your ship you go back to. I feel like if that was the focus, it would be better. But again, it's not. That's not what CIG is making. They're making a game that's more akin to GTA or Red Dead Redemption. Hey, Parker. Need more citizen-based gameplay? Like elections. Don't get me wrong. I want some fucking elections in the game. Give me paying taxes simulator. Not bad for Ollie, but I do think there's hope for that if they try again. My question is, do you think they'll do this again? Lots of negative posts and comments about it. Could be Spectrum. I don't think they'll do it again because I don't think they risk it. I would love for them to do it though, because I am of the opinion that you don't do something like this and then just never do it again when you fail, because that's not the point of doing something like this. It's clear that they were just trying to. This was a kind of a hastily put together thing, an idea. for creating more content. Probably Ollie's idea would be my guess. And, you know, Ollie has been there for like 2 months. They're pitching it. He's pitching an idea and they're trying it and it fails. It's like, you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's not a bad idea. Like, it's the one thing that players have been asking for years now, which is, I want to see CIG playing their own game. Because a lot of players think that CIG just doesn't play their own game. I think they should have used QA team instead of devs. Personally, what I would have preferred them to do is Elliot and Jared sitting aside, talking about the gameplay decisions, and having Ollie and the QA team playing it, maybe not in silence, but with some banter here and there. And Jared asking the question about like, hey, how is the game doing? You know, like where did you get this idea? What is this inspired by? And just like let the man pontificate about his game design. You know, he's an artist. Let the artist fucking art. On live server, internal doesn't count. I feel like that again was probably a compromise. That would be my guess. Knowing CIG was probably a compromise. Do it again, do it better, iterate on this just like they do everything else. Exactly. There's no point in giving up because you fail. You're gonna fail no matter what. The first time you do stuff. You think I was as handsome and perfect streamer when I first started streaming? Fuck, I still fuck up on streaming all the time. I still stream. Oh, Jaden. It's going to be shitty if they just replace an SCL with this instead of making it its own once a month show. Fine. Doing this once a month on SCL is not a bad idea. That's what Star Citizen Live is about. It's about live. You can't always get somebody to have a conversation, but you could probably grab a QA person to walk through some stuff. It doesn't need to be 2 hours. This is 2 hours because I don't even know why. I've seen the streamers playing Orison for the past 2 weeks. I didn't need to see CIG play it. I think it's okay for CIG to play it, but I think it could be done as sort of a commentary rather than just a pure, like, watch CIG play the game. Because that's more intriguing, I think, to people who are looking for something. Like doing a mission and talking to the mission designer, or like going out and mining and talking with somebody who's involved in designing or working on the mining process. You know, that kind of thing. Those are like how big of live stream would it be if CIG was doing live building for like before it gets released to the PTU or to the Evocati, they do a live stream where they are doing base building. And like they have the people who did base building there just sort of like talking about it while the people are playing and showing it off. That's a normal fucking thing for devs to do. That shit would be fucking fire. They would get a lot of attention and be good marketing, even if it was buggy and problematic, because the focus isn't necessarily on watching people play as much as it is about listening to the designers talk about what they did with the gameplay in the background. And having CIG play the game live will also help people to go, okay, so CIG does play their own game. They do know what's going on. That kind of thing, you know? It's not rocket science, because CIG has already done this. So these are both Star Citizen. This was the pre-alpha work in progress vertical slice from Squadron 42. This was the director's cut. This vertical slice with director's commentary. Here, listen.
Hi, I'm Chris Roberts. I'm the project director of Squadron 42, and I'm sitting here with David Haddock, the lead writer.
Hello.
And also Sean Tracy, the director of global content, who's overseeing both Squadron and Star Citizen.
It was a lifetime ago.
We're here to talk about the vertical slice, which we just premiered a little earlier today on the holiday live stream. So here we are, opening up in Odin's system, and we're sort of establishing the scene and catching us up on the story.
See? This is a really good one to watch, because if you want to know about the decisions that went into Squadron 42, how the design decisions are, like, this is where we actually first heard Chris's mentioning that the like idea of creating a Squadron 42, like how Squadron 42 works is sort of like, go to this, here's your objective, go achieve this goal. That was written because that's how they're doing objectives in the game, where like you have an objective and how you approach that objective is entirely up to you. And Sean Tracy goes on to talk all about like the different approaches they've talked about and the pitches they've done, the things that they're playing around with for different mission designs. Like, that's a cool aspect that you never hear because CIG doesn't talk about it outside of this commentary. So like, yeah. The meme with CR talking, CR never shows up on the screen here, but yeah, it's something like that. All we're really asking is if they slow down the publishing new things and sell new things to sell and fix shit we have. Why is it such a contentious idea if we get shunned for it? Because CIG only continues to exist by selling shit. CIG has no other revenue stream other than selling ships. And I think a lot of folks understand that if CIG stops selling ships, they go out of business. So there is no slowing down to fix things, because if you slow down to fix things, you don't make money. If you don't make money, you go out of business. So they're sort of in that catch-22 where they have to sell and they have to keep fixing the game. Has it already been an hour? Jesus fucking Christ, it's already been an hour. To be fair, I did start at like, well, yeah, it has been an hour. That can work, but that adds more bugs and other problems there, 89. I agree with you. Customization is good, but there's no customization built in because they haven't really built in the customization yet. And right now, that money and effort is all directed to Squadron 42 while they distract us with smoke and mirrors. Yes and no. A lot of the stuff that people are complaining about from the Star Citizen Live isn't in Squadron. Because, like, there's no connection to a back-end service in Squadron because it's downloaded. The problems that you're experiencing with, they were experiencing with their internal builds is the back-end services suck. That doesn't just mean the netcode. It just means a lot of the services suck. There's still a lot of back-end systems trying to update. Yeah, there's a lot of fucking spaghetti in the fucking walls, in the back rooms of CIG. They got to clean that shit up, and they seem to be loath to do it because cleaning up spaghetti takes time and effort that could be used for something else. Oh boy, when they get to all the crafting modification options, is it ever going to break? Oh yeah, it's going to break a lot. I actually hope they're working on a new income stream. I think ship sales may start to having diminishing returns or further power creep. Yeah, it kind of feels like CIG's got the wolf by the ears in that situation. They let go, they get mauled. But if they still hold on, they got they're wolf by the ears. Kind of in a no-win situation. I have risked it. In fact, I'm raising money for charity. Adopted Classroom. If you want to help out, exclamation point charity to get the link. We've already raised $1,000 thanks to 2 very, very generous pubbers, but I want to raise as much money as possible. So Adopt a Classroom helps teachers like myself by getting them funds so that they can use them to pay for like paper and art supplies, things that most districts and schools just don't have the money to help out with the average teacher. The average teacher pays somewhere between $800 and $900 a year in the United States to of their own money to pay for supplies. That's on average. Some do more, some do less. So if you want to help out, they're a good charity. The income situation / drama is why they need Squadron out, so they don't have to solely rely on ships for funding. It's a cyclical dependency they're created. Yeah, but they kind of need to start moving away from it intentionally anyways, and it feels like CIG doesn't realize that. I hope the AI being shown isn't the Squadron 42 AI because it looks really bad. Either super cracked and kill you instantly or not non-responsive. That I don't know a lot about. All I've heard from the developers inside CIG who work on Squadron is it's fun. They haven't really elaborated on it. Based off the monthly reports that we've seen, it feels like there's probably a lot more personalities in Squadron than there are in Star Citizen right now. Like right now, it feels like there is only one personality that works, which is the pusher personality. Each of the NPCs are supposed to get randomly rolled personalities, or I think they're called tags or something like that. And they have different tags to determine their behaviors. So it's like pusher, assault, pusher, sniper, that kind of thing. So I think they may have added the sniper recently because they in Siege you actually have snipers that stand back, that kind of stuff. Is that cousin personality? Yes. Thank you for donating that $20 there. Zenis. Thank you for the help. All the Yap Daddies from quarters of the community. I guess one metric CIG would react to, revenue would be diminished. Looks at July revenue. Oh yeah, the best July ever in the history of Project by 2 million. I think the yakety yak is a loud minority that has little to do with revenue reality. You're not wrong. Like, you are not wrong. CIG is making more money than ever. But I think it would be foolish to believe that CIG doesn't have higher costs than ever as well. The revenue isn't slowing down. You just came in, Sirius, so you may not have known this, but I have talked about this many times. How it sounds like a good idea. It sounds like everything's going to be is everything fucked, but then CIG comes around and makes the most money in a month they've ever made in that month before. Like they made the most money in July than they've ever made in any July before this last July. There's no such thing as an infinite well. That's true as well. But I do think that it's a good idea to start shifting away from those because these are really contentious revenue methods. And if you're trying to expand the community, it's going to be difficult to do this forever. Squadron has the benefit of single-player AI design and performance. Private PU server with more server performance is still dealing with all the multiplayer complexity. So the Siege of Orison gameplay is still not directly comparable to Squadron. Yeah, that's my general take as well. No, it's definitely not happening. But I also know that I personally believe that the revenue generation has got a bit of a lag. So like if CIG does something this month that causes people to not like the game, it wouldn't be an immediate drop. It would be a lag in like August, September, and October. And because you'd see those players basically drift away from the game and they're not paying attention, so they're not buying at that point. Well, Wizards of the Coast had this revenue model for 35 years. So Wizards of the Coast is selling $1,000 spaceships. I know they sell like booster packs and stuff like that for Magic, but like full retail, I haven't seen those things go for $1,000. Maybe a couple hundred, like the bigger ones. Just joined live. How bad is it? Did they realize having 15 different animation locks to extinguish a fire doesn't make a sense when you're being fingered, flung around 25-second time to kill ship? No, it was Siege of Orison, so it had nothing to do with ships. $15,000, like retail, not like buyer and resell. Let's take a look at their play booster. Nah, I'm not really seeing that. Like the stuff that they're promoting right now is still expensive. Like the Star Trek play booster is like $210. They look like $200-something, but like it's a little bit higher. And I also would imagine that most of their sales isn't coming from $1,500 or $15,000 booster packs. It's probably coming from smaller packs. With regards to Seed Stream, in CIG's favor, it seemed like they to get missed that their private build was still running an instance from Elliot's display info, and instance-related bugs were kind of expected. Yeah. CIG did have more data than backers, like average pledge amounts, rates of purchases per backer, etc. If they're only using the funding model, we see they're morons. Of course, they have more information. But the thing is that information now doesn't lead to information. Like, you can look at sales numbers now and you can compare to them what they were last year, but they don't know how the sale is going to be next year. They have a guess, but a guess isn't a guarantee. Later, though. Not to mention, interpreting correctly requires CIG to be open to making corrections. I don't think they are. CIG takes so long to change things. I feel like CIG should be experimenting with more ideas than they are. Because, again, I don't think I've seen CIG sell anything less than $5. That's even like, they do sell stuff less than $5, but it's only on their subscriber store, which you already got to spend $10 to get access to in the first place. But usually, just generally to the public, they don't sell a lot of smaller items. Some paints are $3. But we're talking like starter ship paints, right? CIG isn't going to sell cheap shit until we have cosmetic stuff that isn't a gun or armor you can use. Yeah, but like they kind of already do have that cosmetic stuff, and they still don't really sell them. Like they should have sold what is the Dashbot? That Dashbot should have been sold to the average player, not just to subscribers. That should have been given free to subscribers, but sold to the average player. They're gonna sell a lot of those super heavy armor bundles. I guarantee you, they sold a lot of starter packs recently. But they haven't even tried to sell that stuff, Tree. That's my problem. It's like they haven't even like experimented by, making sure that the moving the subscriber store to like the average backer. Hi, maybe we will see more cheap stuff when the items and skins are separated. Yeah, I think that might be the case. The problem again comes down to the whole. God damn it, man! Get this shit done. This shit should have been done years ago. They tried to sell paint. Pay to win with AI blades. Never forget. Well, most people who purchased those packages bought the paint, not the AI blades. They didn't really care about the AI blades. They were buying it for the cool paint. Those are some cool paints. I've actually talked to CIG about that, Tyrant. They have such low overhead on physical merchandise that it's almost not worth it for them to sell. In fact, at one point recently, they'd taken all of their first physical merch off the store. Thank you. So high overhead. I don't know what I said before. Basically, they make very little profit off of it. And they have a high risk because they don't sell everything. It would be easier for CIG to license out the physical merch, but then they would lose control over the merch. They should sell the armored flight suits they sold at CitizenCon. Yeah, maybe. Do you think CIG should pivot to gacha model if it gives people less sticker shot? The gacha model requires free to play, and they're not going to go free to play. I think they could do more with the optional subscription model, and they could do more with smaller, more cosmetic based stuff. Like they should make cosmetics available, but like again, this comes from my perspective of CIG should be ship centric first person experience. Like your ship should be able to be decorated and customized to your opinion, to your personality inside the ship. Rugs, wall posters, lighting should be able to be changed. Like you should be able to like change the types of lights that are in your ship, different colors. I feel like they should get rid of the subscription store and possibly make it one tier of a subscription rather than two. They could make a lot more money as a good revenue service if they revamped the subscriber service as a optional subscription that would give you some perks and some cool shit. And then remove the like store that's connected to the subscribers and make that available for everybody. Because if subscribers got shit for free and everybody else had to pay a little bit of money for it, there'd be more of an incentive to subscribe, which means you get a steady revenue of $10 to $20 versus, more people are willing to spend $10 over 12 months than they are to spend $120 ship. But it's the same price. They're making the same amount of money. They should be doing ship paints like MechWarrior Online does for mech paints. I agree with that. I think that ship is sailed for now. I would love to see people that are free to play without ships, so they ever rely. Yeah, that's not going to happen. I don't think it's going to work. They could sell subscriber items at a higher rate than non-subscribers, so you can be picky, but it costs you. Well, one of the things you could do is you get an item, a subscriber item, because right now what it is there's 2 tiers. At the second tier, you get both of the new monthly subscriber items, but you can always purchase previous month's items, even the bigger bundles, in the subscriber store, but only if you're a subscriber. I feel like that's a wasted revenue source, because there's some shit that come out, like the Dashbot, that people would buy if they had access to them other than the subscription. But they may not pay for a $10 subscription to get Dashbot, but the Dashbot, let me look it up. The Dashbot is super cheap. It's like $2.50 or something like that. Is it $5? I'm going to show you the secret. The secret behind the scenes of the subscriber store. So for instance, for the, I think the $10 subscription, you get this. For the $20 subscription, you get this. And it's like $7.20, $8. The Emoto is $5. You can get both it and the gun for $9. The sunglasses are $2. You get that for $10. You get that for your $10 things. Like if you could buy this for $2, people would do that, you know? Like some of this stuff is not going to sell well, like the chair or the jackets. Some people might buy it, but generally speaking, it's not really that like likable. This stuff would probably sell better if it was available for everyone, because some people would be like, this is neat. I would like to get this. It's a nice little collectible. You know. The Corsair plushie. But this is only available if you've already purchased a $10 or $20 subscription. You have to pay an additional on top of that. There's a lot of it, too. They've been doing this for a while. The Overlord stuff. I forgot you could buy the Overlord. What's going on? No bell curve required. My point doesn't depend on the shape of the distribution at all. It depends on the sum. Total revenue is total revenue, whether you normal, bimodal, or power law. You reach for a distribution that isn't in my argument. I declared it unfalsifiable, and treated it as a rebuttal. Well, that's good. My larger point remains. What was the point? I'm trying to look through what you were saying earlier. Was it just something you said before? People buy the bundle if they want the armor weapon enough. I see enough everywhere in game. Well, yeah, but like there are bundles which I would have purchased personally. This is again personal anecdote, but I would have purchased some bundles personally if they were separated. But I had no interest in the skin, for instance. Like it was a skin for a ship that I didn't have, but I liked the armor. I would have bought the armor, but I didn't want to buy both for something I didn't use. You know. Aren't the Overlords retconned? They possibly could be, yes. But we haven't, like, it's like a lot of stuff that CIG retcons, they just didn't talk about it. Money doesn't fix the game. The time and effort fix the game. That shit is broken with the game. Will take as long to fix as it needs to be. You can't just conjure up people who know how to do it, or put 10 of them in the same task to make it go faster. Yeah, money is a conduit to help fix the game because it pays for people to work on it, but it's not the means to fix the game. Spending $1 versus $1,000 isn't going to make the game fixed faster. It will just determine, not how long it'll take, but like how long CIG has to fix. It adds time for them to be able to continue to function rather than reducing the time it takes to fix. When are we playing on the Redeemer? When I'm playing Star Citizen, so possibly tomorrow, definitely on Saturday. and definitely on Sunday. That is true, Serious Fun. My point is, month over month increase, it hasn't always done so. There is, I think it was like 1 month where it was less, but it was still high. The point is that I think it's a fool's errand to believe that's going to be like that forever. And the question I have is more, in the future, can CIG maintain this? I don't think they can. Not because I believe that CIG is destined to fail, but because I believe there's no such thing as an infinite money generator. Eventually shit will hit the fan. Isn't that skewed because of a large capital ship sale? He's not talking about the overall amount. He's talking about every month has been a high month for CIG, regardless of capital ships or not. Like, July was the best July they've ever done. June was the best June they ever done. The capital ship sale was in May. I think it was like April or something like that, you know? No doubt, nothing lasts forever. And that's my concern, is that I think CIG needs to start investigating other means of making money other than ship sales now, rather than when they need to, because by that time it's too late. It takes them 6 months to a year to do anything. So they probably should start investigating and experimenting with some of these ideas in the near term rather than the far term. God, I hate that term, Lexi. I hate it when Jared says shit like that. Because what it sounds like to the average person is, look, we're gonna do our best to make the game better. And to me, that what I'm hearing is, you have no standards. You have no base standards of what you're doing. It's just you're gonna change shit because you want to change shit. It's a justification for changing things, not an explanation. Ship booster pack, ship battle pass. There's a goal, it's just nebulous. And that's the dangerous part. Going back to my original thing, we got to talk about the monthly report here in a moment. I don't want to just constantly shit on this, because I think shitting on it is not a good way of putting it. It's a concept of the plan. They have an outline of how the game should be. They have a vision of what the game will be and how it will play like. But I have yet to see any plans to do that. And like I said earlier, I feel like, and I've said this before, where using the example, what is the difference, the fundamental difference between a light fighter, a medium fighter, and a heavy fighter? Like, what is the thing that makes a light fighter versus a light fighter versus a medium fighter versus a heavy fighter? What are the things that categorize those? This is sort of like basic 101 game design. Things that make them different money. It's on what type CIG is released last. But that's my point. There is no clear definition of what makes these ships different. Like, what is the difference between a capital ship and a large ship? A gunship versus a capital ship? You know, technically an 890 is a capital ship. Should it not be rock, paper, scissors? There should be some sort of definition. Be it rock, paper, scissors, be it like weight-based, whatever. there is no proper classifications. There doesn't seem to be. If CIG has one, they haven't told us. And I don't think CIG could tell us. If you ask the designers right now, what is the difference between them, they'll come up with vibes and feelings, not solid answers. And that is a problem that is rooted in the entirety of the game. Like, it's at the very core of the whole game, because there doesn't seem to be a coherent connection between everything. There is an idea of a connection, which is crafting. Crafting and base building connect all of the sort of gameplay loops together in a cohesive concept. But there is no idea of how somebody who isn't a miner can get access to the goods and services they need to produce the things they need to.
The difference between light, medium, and heavy fighters? Easy. The weight class they punch above.
Touché. But like, you'd think that it would be easier to make ships that have actual purposes if you had that definition down. The difference between a starter ship, we'll put the charity down further so you can actually hear stuff. Like a starter ship, or like a small ship, a medium ship, a heavy ship, and a capital ship, or like large ship and a capital ship. Those should be defined in some way, because if you had some sort of definition, be it weight, be it the types of components they use, then you would at least have a measurement upon which, like, oh, we're going to make a heavy interceptor. Chris comes to the ship team and says, I want to make a heavy interceptor. Now they go, okay, we know what a heavy is. Let's start with the basic ideas of heavy. And now you've got a ship that's going to be built around the understanding of what a heavy is in definition, and then adding the interceptor part. Like I said, I would be a big fan of size classifications and role classifications. You have the role inside the size. So like fighter, interceptor, industrial, whatever, inside this, it defines what it does inside its weight class. I did rewatch an old CIG video with the lore makers describing other planet systems. Will they ever bring something like that back with all the retcons? Are their lore makers still? Last I checked, all of them still work there. There's only one person I know who used to work at CIG who doesn't work at CIG anymore, but that's because LA studio shut down. And he was the newest of the writers. What is the difference between an interceptor, a gunship versus a heavy fighter? Or a fighter, I should say, but yeah.
Take away my spaceship.
Spaceship. Hey, Wilty.
My space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
Will_T has subscribed.
Thank you for that Twitch Prime sub. You're very important, Papa. Very impressed by Sylvania Pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat. Y'all, shots and cheers. What I'm saying is CIG lacks design documents. Because the documents they have still up there, like the Death of a Spaceman, you can follow it. You can understand what CIG's design ideas are. But there's no design documents for crafting or base building. So they're just saying what it used to be. They've been nerfing it heavily. They slowly will, but we'll see what they do. I do feel like eventually what they're going to do is what a lot of people don't want them to do, which is find some way of making the pilot-controlled weapon nerfed, either through damage, which would be stupid because it's supposed to be a big heavy hitter, or power of some kind. Like, I still think engineering would be the answer to that, where you have to distribute power to it at a certain point in order to fire it, and then you have to wait for the capacitor to charge with it while that power is up there, and the power has to be high enough that it would significantly hurt things like the shields or that sort of stuff. That's a classic sci-fi trope. You know, we only have enough power for this because we have to fit it into this package, sort of thing. Shields go down when you fire, that kind of thing. Yeah, adds more drama. Engineering could be if they could stop throwing the gameplay loops that starts at Thurston. I have never met Thorsten, but I feel like Thorsten is one of the ever-suffering devs at CIG because he's just kind of like, give me 5 minutes, stop doing shit, and give me 5 minutes to breathe so I can make this goddamn game. The answer seems obvious to me. The more people crewing, the more damage it does. Well, if you make it like a power-based thing, then it's a lot easier for a dedicated engineer to manage the power resources than it is for a pilot or a captain to do so. It means that you have to coordinate with people, and thus the amount of time your shields are weaker or lower, or your weapon system, other weapon systems are offline, would be decreased because you have a dedicated engineer who could manage the power. Basically, in my opinion, I think that's why we haven't seen any more progression on crafting engineering in a few patches. Because Thorsten's too busy, possibly. Isn't the new Hammerhead laser soloable too? They've kind of tiered that a little bit. The Tiburon is not a bad ship, but to use it effectively requires a lot of patience and skill that not everyone has, and it's not a death laser that kind of kills everything. It's a really good ship for stripping off the armor of larger ships. But you fire it at smaller ships, it just takes a lot of time and effort to like burn away a smaller ship and kill it with that laser. It's not an instant kill. I don't know what they would do, what to do with engineering. They don't know what to do other than pips and fire control. I mean, yeah, we don't know what that would be. I can tell you immediately what you do. Just copy what other games have done. One of the things that's important for engineering in a game like Pulsar, which is one of the OGs of multi-crew ship combat kind of games, is to not just manage the power, but also repair stuff. So you have to swap power. You don't have enough power for everything, so you have to move the power into the different areas actively. And you have to swap them out on the fly. So having things like random power spikes, depending on the maintenance of it, having things like overcharging of power, so you maybe put more power into a system than you need to, so it boosts it artificially, but you have less power as a result. And then, of course, things like overcharging or overclocking while in flight. There's a lot of stuff you can do that's an active participation, but I don't know if CIG really wants to investigate that because it doesn't seem like they really have. They're waiting for other systems to come up. Batteries would be an easier one, yeah. The fact that lasers burn armor and don't damage ships by increasing overall temp and vacuum.
Imagine this for the Engi, a periodic mini-game of matching power waves like the mining gadgets while also shifting pips. While they are managing the power waves, you get more pips. Without the active inputs and power management, you get like 3/4 S of pips and shields are at reduced effectiveness.
I like that idea. I mean, that's a similar in, I think it's, gosh, what am I trying to think the name of? It's a ship game, but it's like isometric, top down. where you have different crew members. Why am I blanking on the name? It often ends with your ship lighting on fire. FTL, thank you. FTL has a specific group. It's like, I think they're called engineers, who boost your ship's power output on whatever they're working on. So if they're on shields, they artificially give you an additional power pip that your power plant doesn't give you. But yeah, having an active mini game that requires a player to modulate frequencies that gives you active additional power pips would be a good idea, because it's an active game. And then you'd have to change the power to keep it into the green zone. If you're taking damage, it'll cause power spikes or power drops, and you have to constantly manage it. In my opinion, lasers should overload your coolers. That gives a multi-crew a really important advantage. You want to keep it unique and viable. I agree. I think lasers should overload your coolers and overheat your equipment and start fires. But CIG, as I've discovered, cannot make fires that aren't going to kill everyone super quickly. They need more multi-crew than just pilot and gunners. They do, and that is actually actively going to be, it would be a solution to fixing multi-crew gameplay like larger ships. You would have to have a working power management. Right now, there's not working for the Polaris and the Idris. Yeah. Because I don't think the systems are in place. But yeah, Cody Fox, I know what you're talking about. The engineer and barotrauma constantly having to change fuel rods, tune power output and rods up and down to boost weapons and speed and stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, you cannot change the power output for weapons on those ships. A lot of that shit is broken. Where the pips don't function properly. I'll be right back, chat.
Weapons free, y'all.
Distress bacon.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy. I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
I'm fly. I'm pilot.
2 words. Distress bacon.
Genesis. Good news, everyone.
I'm fly. I'm pilot. I'm fly. I'm pilot.
Stand by for Titanfall.
I love democracy.
Freedom!
biggest, blackest part of space I can find, you know? Just as deep as possible.
I'm fly. I'm pilot.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space
I'm
suit.
fly. I'm
You
pilot.
can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take
The
away
biggest,
my
blackest part of
game.
space I can find, you know? Just as deep as possible. The biggest, blackest part of space I can find, you know? Just as deep as possible. The biggest, blackest part of space I can find, you know? Just as deep as possible.
I'm fly. I'm pilot.
Nebulous_Taco has subscribed.
I'm fly. I'm pilot. I'm fly. I'm pilot.
Drugs. Drugs.
The biggest, blackest part of space I can find, you know? Just as deep as possible. Stop it. Get some help. I can't disable the clanker summaries. It is stuck to CIG's CIG's to Twitch's destruction. Hey, Rush, what are you doing? Okay. Let us begin. It's on the creator dashboard. I'm looking at the quick actions. Stream, maybe? I'm not seeing it in the stream. Maybe channel? No. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. It probably would be in the settings, and I'm looking through all the settings stuff. There are things like auto clips waitlist, but I'm not part of that. And allow viewers to add captions. Like, I'm not seeing anything that's like, you can turn off. In-stream summary, I found it. Okay, turn that off. Let's save it. I'll tell you this. It doesn't let me change it when I hit off. I turn it off, and then I go away. Let's go back to... That's fine. That okay. Turn it off.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
We need to wipe this off.
Citizen_Wake just resubscribed for 3 months. Thank you, Paul, for all you do to inform the community on law. Looking forward to meeting you in Sept.
Looking forward to meet you too there, Citizen Wake. Thank you so much for that 3 months of support. You're very important. Papa Van, Professor. Thank you, best friend. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. All right. We're going to do the monthly report. Are y'all ready for a capsule?
Them biddies.
Death to the abominable intelligences. Death to clankers. Thank you, Paul. Long live the teachers.
Thank you so much, Iris. Some people were calling yesterday's live stream a fumble. I think for Ollie's first try at this, it wasn't half bad. Could have used more in-depth questions, like Morph said, but it wasn't bad. They should probably change the format a little bit. Like I suggested that they do it as like a demonstration, but also have like a designer or a like somebody there to answer questions, not playing the game. But they have the game there, and like they can direct the people who are playing the game. Hey, check this out, you know. Introduce the people who are playing the game. Because I think at the core, that whole thing was designed specifically for CIG to address the problems, the constant complaint that I'm sure CIG knows about, which is does CIG even play their own game? And this was sort of yeah, we do. See? There are some, let's just say, compromises that seem to have been made, either by management or because of their own decisions, but yeah. I also get the feeling that Jared didn't want to be to do it or be there. Possibly. But does Balt play the game? I'm sure he does. All right. So those who've not been here before, every so often I'll do these things called capsules. I haven't done as many of them recently. But the idea is these are small sections that I'm doing specifically to record and then upload onto YouTube for people who don't want to watch the entire live stream. So I will be doing a capsule on the monthly report. This is something we've been doing for years now, where we take a look at CIG's monthly reports that they publish to get a little bit more understanding of what's going on behind the scenes. Does Chris Roberts play the game, though? He's mentioned he's played it with his kids a couple times, and they used to shit on him for it, but I did like the little nuggets they dropped, like looking at the flyby and how they weren't despawning the flyby ships, and it was creating an ever-expanding rendering bubble, stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, it would have been ideal if they had Elliot and Ollie talking while devs played, with the occasional razzing, mostly questions and designing strings. Yeah, I think that would have been a better use. Because that way, Elliot could focus on what he did rather than trying to play the game. All right. Let's go. I'm going to turn off the alerts, so hopefully nothing happens. Gameplay is going to be jank on private servers or public servers, as the back end is fundamentally fucked. That's what has been said by Benoit in the past. And it's pretty obvious that, like, there's a bunch of shit that's just fucked that they have to replace, and they haven't replaced it yet. Yeah, they don't want the discussion to be on, like, the most janky parts of their game. They want to, like, focus on the cool set that they made. All right. All right. 3, 2, 1. Oh. Hello. Missed me? I know you did. That's why this is another office hours capsule. That's right. A small section of my office hours live stream I do on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Would love to have you join us live on twitch.tv/theastropub and youtube.com/theastropub live, where you can join chat here as we talk about Star Citizen lore, news, and more. It's sort of a yapping stream where we yap about Star Citizen. We look at the news, we look at the videos. We've been talking a little bit about the latest SCL, which was the CIG's sort of their let's play of Siege of Orison, and, you know, arguing the merits or the problems with it. And there are a lot, but if you want to know more in depth, I know we talked about it for like 2 hours earlier in the stream. Now we're going to be talking about the monthly report. So CIG has been doing these monthly reports forever. And I've been reading them for a couple of years now, where I go read through them entirely, not a summary, so you know everything that CIG has done over the past month. Now, I will interject here and there with things like explanations of what they've been talking about, because they often will say things like last month, we worked on X, Y, or Z. And so to give you kind of an idea of what CIG has been talking about. So let's take a look at the July 2026 monthly report. Not live. This is AI-generated puppets. I'm not AI-generated. God damn it. But speaking of AI content. Last month, AI Tech supported content for Alpha 4.9 and 4.10, including the reintroduction of Recco Battalia. This created a number of challenges, including the setup and maintenance of repeatable mission comm calls for the initial release, and content to support her upcoming instance gameplay. For those of you who don't know, Recco is actually instanced specifically when you go meet her for the first time. So when you go meet her for her main missions, she's instanced. Last I tried, she wasn't working, but that's part of the reason why instances are being added. So, considerable work was also put into supporting the new Siege of Orison content, including filling social spaces in the lead up to the shuttle. The addition of a new mission provider and new enemies, various bugs were tackled too. Yeah, that's really cool. Is if you wait in the lobby before the mission starts, before it lets you in, there are like little toys you can play with, like a D20 and a bunch of other stuff that they have that you can like mess around with when on the way up, which is pretty nice. It's a nice little thing. Outside of the content releases, the team continued to push forward on initiatives that were kicked off last month and supported a performance capture shoot to provide additional content for upcoming releases. I can't remember what they've talked about with AI content in the past. They've talked a lot about recently, they've talked a lot about new creatures and some updates to, I think, some of the AIs themselves, like NPCs. So AI features and tech. Last month, AI features and tech enhanced the fly to behavior. Now, heavy fighter NPCs have distinct flight behavior parameters to ensure they strafe more quickly, as it was too slow before. For creatures, work began on the initial animations for a new creature and its variants. Development of the Valakar continued, with the team fixing an issue with the creature failing to hear while underground. A bug causing the irradiated Valakar to not immediately emerge was fixed too. The Valakar now also approaches target players correctly, has increased line of sight and spitting range, and if the player stays within its range and moves, the creature will track them and spit more accurately. The juvenile sentry Valakar will now prefer to avoid close combat. If the player enters melee range, it won't bite, and instead retreats by submerging underground until the player moves further away. However, if the player enters a melee range of a non-sentry juvenile Valakar, it will bite once and try to avoid the player by submerging and repositioning. It will then resurface and resume spitting. That sounds like they're adding I think they call it the tag system to creatures, which it's present in Squadron 42, and they've been slowly moving it into Star Citizen, though I think only like 2 archetypes exist. They basically create archetypes where you can just randomly roll NPCs with different traits. We've sort of seen this in Siege of Orison, where there are different light, medium, and heavy variants that do sort of different things depending on like how you approach and such. So it sounds like they're adding that, where like the Valakar, you probably won't notice much. It'll just be like some Valakar will bite you and submerge, and some will just submerge if you get close. So some juveniles, so like the tinier ones. Comparatively, the adult Sentry Valakar is not afraid of the player in close combat. It will bite without retreating, though the bite attack does occur less often than the spit attack. The non-Sentry Valakar bites and spits, and once the player inflicts enough damage, enters a triggered state. Chasing and biting the player relentlessly. I'd like to see that. For the Yermandi, the creature no longer gets stuck or fails to perform the major pain reaction after blowing up a shock barrel with its mouth. A partial fix was also submitted for the second Yermandi not spawning from an AI perspective. However, the bug persists and requires further investigation. So yeah, the Yermandi only spawning, one Yermandi spawning is a bug, and they're changing that. Now, this does seem to tell me that they'll probably add the Yermandi in other places. I don't know where they'll do. Maybe Nyx 1, but we'll see. I never played these. Why exactly are we poaching scaly worms? They're available. Like they show up in the Hathor missions, and they show up in the Rockbreaker missions, and they show up in, or not missions, but Hathor locations, Rockbreaker missions, and the Lazarus missions. So. The Copion no longer gets stuck if it cannot hit the target. It also no longer fails to give up combat if it doesn't have the target. Can't perceive targets through walls, and will correctly circle targets when required. For human combat, the devs fixed issues with mounted weapon AI failing to fire due to incorrectly thinking there was something in the way, and the fire logic checking if a player was still on the gun too early. It also no longer gets stuck in a failure loop if an NPC fails to get into a mounted gun. That is actively in, like when you play Siege of Orison, there are a couple of like mounted positions which will chew you up if you walk into them. And they do actively use it. They in fact use them on the Site B as well. An issue with the super heavy HMG backpack feeders not working was solved, as was the issue causing NPCs who finished their clip just before getting into a ladder to surrender when they reach the bottom. Super heavy NPCs also no longer try to use cover. Another issue was fixed where if an NPC used a single fire mode, they'd gradually take longer and longer between shots until they were taking over 10 seconds between shots, causing them to appear unresponsive, because they were. A bug related to beam weapons was solved too, which prevented impact sounds events from registering on the surfaces, meaning AI wouldn't respond to laser beams being fired meters away from their heads. Elsewhere, weapon selection failure debug output was improved, and reaction animations were improved across the board too. So there's always some good stuff in the AI section. Animation. Animation continued to work on the Apex Valakar and its gameplay attacks, alongside creating enter and exit animations for new vehicles. They have been talking a lot recently about basically making the Valakar a world boss. They've talked about updating animations, behaviors. We do not have an Apex Valakar in the game other than the irradiated variant, so this sounds like they're trying to make it so that you could just encounter Valakar at random locations now, which seems to have always been the attempt, at least, or the intent. Art characters. In July, the character art team published the upcoming Super Heavy armor and supported the creation of quote-unquote loadouts. They're currently progressing with new armor sets and mission reward items for later in the year. So I'm guessing the loadouts thing is about the, what was it called? The suit lockers, because that's definitely connected to that in some way, shape, or form. Art ships. In the UK, ships finalized the Grey Market's Basher and released it to the Verse. While they moved into other vehicles, the team are looking forward to implementing a range of cosmetic items to the Basher later this year. Work progressed on the Anvil Liberator, with the devs wrapping up the white box ahead of its review at the end of the month. This specific white box phase took longer than planned, as the team wanted to ensure the ship utilizes as much of the possible from existing ships to set a strong foundation for future stages. The time invested in July should be returned in later stages. Basically, we should probably be seeing the Anvil Liberator sooner than later. Even with it being out of white box in July doesn't guarantee it'll be released earlier, but it could be released earlier. I still believe it's probably going to be released sometime in the at the end of next year, but this is a good indication that it might be sped up a little bit. Because typically it goes white box, gray box, Lot 0, final art, and then release. But larger ships take more time. But that also didn't really seem to matter as much with the Ironclad, because the Ironclad seemed to have blitzed through a lot of its problems. Blitzed through a lot of its phases, but that also seemed to have caused some problems, especially with the command module. Further development was done on the RSI Galaxy, which passed White Box Gate review earlier in the month. Here's the work in progress for this, probably the Galaxy right here. Someone said earlier that this was disappointing because it didn't look like the Galaxy. It could also be the Liberator. Though I don't know. That seat design looks more RSI to me, but I could be wrong. It could be the Liberator. Including art resources, additional art resources help develop various areas of the ship progress significantly, including lower engineering and upper corridors and modular lower section and rear hangar. Okay, this almost certainly then the Galaxy then, because this seems to be in reference to this stuff, so it could be the Galaxy. The upcoming Kruger Stingray continued to move swiftly through development, and with a rapid progression from all teams, it was decided to do a combined Lot 0/final gate review at the end of July, which the Stingray successfully passed. Stingray either this month or next month then. Two other vehicles continued down the pipeline. One is essentially art and design complete and awaiting the availability of downstream teams, while the other received further art and design work before passing it to Lot 0 review on the day this report was published. Nice. That's a lot of ships. So we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 in development ships so far. 2 in white box, the rest of them in Lot 0 or final gate, or some form of almost complete. 2 unannounced vehicles progressed well through July 2. This is probably ground vehicles. The first is in gray box with art and design continuing to refine the setup in some of the more complicated moving parts. The second is a white box phase after various teams sanity check the ship's complex landing state to rule out future problems before the art team moved on to further into production. So one of them could be a ground vehicle. The other one's definitely a ship. Luckily, a few issues that were expected were proven to not be as severe as thought and were effectively resolved. Lastly, for the North American team, further progress was made on the Drake Kraken, which passed its gray box gate review after a major push from the team and remains on track for its planned release next year. The main call out from the review was to resolve how some of the capital size components are integrated into their rooms. So that's not too bad. It looks like we've got 8 total ships in some stages of completion, 3 of which are probably not going to be released until, or 2 of which are probably not going to be released until next year, and 1 that's going to be released. 1 we know for sure is going to be released this year too, the Stingray and the Galaxy, but 4 that are none unnamed. Community team began July by publishing a June PU monthly report and announcing winners of the Show Us Your Colors celebration and Xenocraft Talent contests. They also supported the release of Star Citizen Alpha 4.9 by creating essential information posts on Spectrum where players could easily find the latest updates, information, and relevant links. Alongside this, the Welcome Back pilot and new player guide pages were also updated. Following the release of Alpha 4.9, the community team worked closely with development, QA, player experience, and senior leadership to surface player concerns, share community feedback, and communicate updates through Spectrum, Hotfix Central, and the RSI status pages, and other channels. On July 18th, the Bar Citizen World Tour touched down in Chicago, Illinois, to a fantastic turnout. Members of the team got together with local players, swapped stories, heard about their favorite verse moments, and met some of the familiar faces from Spectrum in person. The team is looking forward to the next stops in Denver, Colorado on August 15th and Gamescom in Cologne, Germany on August 28th. Ship Showdown 2956 also returned in July, currently in Phase 1, with players submitting original contests, original celebrations to the Community Hub and X to champion their favorite flyable and drivable vehicles and help them earn place in the top 16. Ship Showdown really brings out the competitive side of the community, with players showing up in support of their favorite ships. The rivalry and excitement are what make the event one of our favorites throughout the whole year. CIG Community Team. July also saw community teams support the return of the Foundation Festival and its accompanying free flight. At its core, the event is about helping new and returning players finding their footing while celebrating the community members who make that journey easier. The team published a Spectrum catch-all post covering activities, rewards, participation details, and guide system updates introduced as part of this year's event. Alongside these updates came a revamp of the Welcome Hub, a community team champion initiative that makes information, resources, and guidance easier to discover. As part of the broader Foundation Festival efforts, the team also launched a Twitch Drops campaign rewarding players for tuning into participating Star Citizen creators, while discovering new channels and supporting those who inform, entertain, and welcome audiences across the community. A dedicated page for the latest referral bonus was also prepared. Throughout the month, the community team continued monitoring player feedback, answering questions, and sharing updates. They also continued publishing reoccurring communications, including This Week in Star Citizen, bi-weekly roadmap updates, and roadmap roundups, as well as the regular Community Hub spotlights highlighting standout contributions. Economy. Chawas Beach and Ashland commodity runs have landed well with the community. Yeah, they have. And the economy team is looking forward to introducing more opportunities in the future that result in similar emergent gameplay. For those you don't know, a lot of the transport missions end at either Ashland or Chawas Beach, and the let's say more exuberant of the PvP community discovered this and have been camping those areas pretty much in every server, with the intention of making sort of a more dynamic Jumptown-like experience. Timu Jumptown, yeah. Yeah. In July, they worked hard on mission and commodity balance. They're currently adding a batch of long-awaited ships to the in-game stores for purchase in Alpha 410, including the Kruger L-22 Alpha Wolf, Drake Golem Ox, and the RSI Aurora Mark II and its modules, as requested by the community. That's good. Good to know that economy is in charge of that. Graphics, VFX programming, and Planet Tech. July saw the graphics team comparing GI and reflections to an offline path traced reference and making various improvements. For example, the ray traced reflection denoiser now preserves the finer material roughness details while simultaneously being faster on GPU. The near range occlusion of both diffuse and rough specular reflections now accounts for radiance cache cell size, resulting in closer match to the path traced reference. An accuracy issue with glancing angle reflections was resolved too, leading to brighter and more convincing reflections. I understood some of those words. Sounds like they're working on like reflections and that kind of stuff. Narrative. Throughout July, the narrative team worked on several major projects that serve to highlight the hey, Killjoy Boy, thank you. Where was I? Throughout July, narrative team worked on several major projects to serve to highlight the different ways that gameplay and story align. These will also hopefully be in players' hands over the next few patches. Cheers to that. We see that with Recco Battaglia, where they're sort of mixing her mission line. She has like her own storyline, but it is also its own mission line with rewards, and it's got its own storyline. So, narrator supported the recent Siege of Orison polishing, which features a new mission provider representing North Rock Services, Timu Dooley, who will help mercenaries pit their skills against the Nine Tails' infamous Mendo Ren. There's also extensive collaboration with the mission and narrative designers to ensure the expanded Battaglia missions set delivers an engaging story with more face-to-face NPC interactions than before. Beyond that, multiple writers worked on missions for the incoming Architect locations. This new technology will allow for more places to visit than ever before, and the team is helping make sure that there are new contracts to experience. Additionally, narrative worked on missions for a new guild that will be introduced alongside all new gameplay style. Finally, for July, I mean, I'm always going to say refining. Is that a like gameplay style seems like refining? I don't know what guild it would be, because the refining I think would be the guild that they haven't had yet, but we'll see. Finally, for July, the team wrote several scripts for a performance capture session that included bringing back several faction representatives to record updated line sets to match their current mission system. Oh, neat. So like Eckhart and maybe what's her face? Tisa Pacheco. Online technology. July saw the network team focusing on two major areas. Firstly, making the game's server's infrastructure smarter and more reliable, and secondly, laying the groundwork for more dynamic server management in the future. On the server load side, the team resolved several bugs affecting how the game servers measure and report how busy they were, delivering a fix that ensures this data is now captured and reported accurately. They also cleaned up the way the load is calculated, removing an outdated component that didn't accurately reflect real server performance. Together, these changes provide a much cleaner picture of how hard each server is working at any given moment. On the server distribution side, the devs have been developing and testing a system that allows servers to scale up and down based on demand. Work is underway to allow extra game servers to be requested automatically when a busy event puts heavy load on the network, and then release them. Oh, shoot. Sorry about that. I thought I turned that off. Apparently I didn't. On the server distribution side, the devs have been developing and testing a system that allows for servers to scale up and down based on demand. Work is underway to allow extra game servers to be requested automatically when a busy event puts heavy load on the network, and then release them when no longer needed. Progress was also made on smarter way to divide the game world into regions that can each be handled by their own server, including support for grid-based spatial mapping that makes it easier to pinpoint exactly which servers should be responsible for specific areas of space. Several fixes were also made to clean up the underlying code base, removing old, unusual modes and outdated code to make the system simpler and more reliable going forward. Throughout the month, the online services team resolved dozens of player-reported bugs while continuing to work on several key features, with the biggest area of focus remaining item recovery. Current development includes various improvements that will let players reclaim items lost to bugs or crashes, while detailed planning was done with the UI designers on exactly how the players will see and select which lost items to recover, including very large collections. A major push also went into improving server stability, tied to how missions and delivery contracts are generated behind the scenes. The team found that the current system was creating far too much background data, putting strain on the servers and contributing to instability players may have noticed in-game. Several dedicated design sessions were held to plan a proper rebuild of the system to make it faster and more reliable going forward. Jesus, this is a long one. The team also continued with early designs for crafting and refining, working through how crafted, upgraded items will interact with players' existing gear and protections in such as insurance. They've been mentioning a lot about refining in multiple different teams, so I'm assuming that refining is closer than we think. That's one of the things that I've been seeing a lot more in official CIG communications, so that tends to tell me that refining is probably closer than we think. In July, the Live Tools team wrapped up several major initiatives across 3 of the internal tools. Most significant was Hex, the internal platform for player support and operation staff. The first part of Hex 4.0 feature parity effort was completed. This involved rebuilding and the redesigned platform core investigation tools, including inventory and ownership records, sanction and infraction detail pages, and reputation and ledger views. A second round of user research wrapped up and is now feeding into pre-release UX work. Attention then turned to getting Hex 4.0 release ready, alongside further Citadel work on role-based access. On Bootstrap, the tool developers used to set up the local work environments. If you watch the sources live, I think that's probably what that was connected to. The team drafted a technical design document for a full client revamp, capturing the current pain points, a set of near-term improvements, and longer-term front-end rewrite. Work then turned to finalizing the plan and starting the rebuild. For error reporting, the team completed the automatic handling of crash reports tied to a known hardware fault of reflecting the 13th and 14th generation Intel processors, which will noticeably reduce manual triage for operations staff. Panic Switch also received this post-launch polish, including a cleaner rule creation flow that handles stream and matcher rules separately and automatically detects malformed payloads. Cool. R&D. The R&D teams in July work covered 2 areas, adding snow and expanded weather behavior to the planet simulation and improving cloud rendering performance. Holy hell, have they been working on cloud rendering performance? That has basically been their R&D section for the last year plus. So the weather and snow, the devs implementing a time of day dependent local temperature model that draws on planetary conditions such as elevation, humidity, wind, and broader climate properties. Precipitation is now driven by the local temperature, participation probability, and said planetary conditions to determine where and how much it rains or snows. Snow accumulation will interpolate with rain accumulation, while rain accumulation runs stably over very long periods and mild precipitation without pneumo precision issues. Snow accumulation will work similarly. If you ever been in Star Citizen when the game has the rain come down, you can actually kind of see puddles being formed, though a lot of that is just stickers. It's not actually there. Like you can't like splash in the puddles, I don't think. Additional weather work included a local precipitation and lighting probability model, or lightning probability model. This is driven by local climate conditions and approximate cloud coverage calculation used to evaluate local temperature, precipitation, and lighting. Lightning. Local temperatures and snow amount were exposed to both CPU and GPU weather queries, and terrain debug visualization was updated to render temperature and snow-related attributes. I'm assuming that a lot of this stuff is stuck with Genesis. This is stuff we're going to have in-game right away. This is stuff that's Genesis-based, so it'll probably be coming with Genesis updates. Though, who knows? They have updated weather to a lot of the planets, even though they don't have the Genesis stuff there. So, the temporal mode for clouds and gas clouds saw further progress to get it ready for release. The team also improved quality when viewing a planet from far orbit and optimized guide storage. Ongoing work is targeted the stability of the upsampled image under little to no motion, sharpness of results, and removal of transmittance halos. So we're almost as the last one. Tech art and animation. Last month, the technical animation team continued refining the DNA head pipeline that drives every character face in the verse, resolving alignment and expression issues across several background characters. Heads and restoring save and load support for hybrid DNA heads Work also progressed on the head exports for the Tumbril Cyclone's driver and the passenger, alongside fixes for the facial expression system that keep performance reading naturally. The new meshes for a new creature family progressed and are now ready for playtesting, while the weak spot implementation moved forward on the Apex Sand Valakar. So that's the second time we've been seeing new creature families, so we're probably going to see a new creatures. It could be the Storm Wall, because there have been reports of the Storm Wall in early versions of Siege of Orison, though I wouldn't bet my money on it. Significant R&D went into cloth throughout July, including new tools for proximal face constraints and per voxel goal weight painting that will let fabric react more naturally to characters' movement. The team also refined the corrective shape system behind facial rigs, including a fix for jaw movement bleeding into collar motion. The Aegis Retaliator's cockpit was re-rigged and re-exported following an interior redesign, keeping its animation working seamlessly with the ship's refreshed interior. Work also continued, that's almost certainly Squadron. Work also continued on the game-wide usable refactor, covering door panels, buttons, and railings alongside grip fixes for one-handed carryable props, new rigging for collectible items, and fully interactive arcade joystick prop. All of those do feel like Squadron because they said collectibles. We know Squadron has collectibles, not necessarily Star Citizen, but it could be wrong. Together, these efforts reflect the team's ongoing focus on making every character, creature, and object in Star Citizen feel tactile, alive. All right. That has been the July monthly report. There is one thing that is missing, and I did note this earlier on my Discord when I saw this, which is the gameplay section is missing. It's not unusual, but it is strange to see it missing in July. Now, I can understand why it might be, because there's a lot of stuff in this monthly report which sort of touches on gameplay. The big ones being Starchitect, Starcloth, and new creatures. Those all seem to be there. There's also more mentions of the Genesis system, specifically with planetary tech, things like precipitation and snow being added, and lighting and cloud technologies. There's a lot of stuff in the on the online technology, basically talking about how they're working on dynamic server meshing. A lot of stuff on narrative about new mission givers. The economy has the updates for things like, hey, Ashland and Chowell's Beach. That was us. We did intentionally. What do you think? And also new ships being purchasable in game. All of the stuff. It's been a busy month for the community. There's a lot of stuff they did with the community. We said there was like 8 ships in production right now, including the Liberator, the Galaxy, and the Kraken, as well as the Kruger Stingray, and then 4 other vehicles which are unannounced yet. They talked about loadouts, which again covers the Starware, and which is connected to the I'm blanking on the name of that thing. Suit lockers, connected to suit lockers. And yeah, a lot of mentionings of new animals. The reworking the Valakar, adding the Sand Apex Valakar into the game, reworking a bunch of their experiences, brand new creature being animated, lots of stuff on creatures. So it's a pretty big month. Though most of it seems to be on content rather than gameplay. So back-end features, a mysterious mention of a new gameplay style, which could also mean like refining. Refining was mentioned as well. So there's lots of stuff like that. Now, on top of all of this, that's sort of like the summary of what's going on. As you may have noticed, I have this above my head. I am currently doing a fundraiser because for those of you who don't know, my day job is a high school teacher. And there is a group called adopttheclassroom.org. The Adopt the Classroom group is a place where teachers can like set up their own sort of GoFundMes. Hey, I need this much money to help me out. Most teachers in the United States have to pay anywhere between $800 to $900 on average to for their own supplies for their kids. And the Adopt the Classroom is about connecting teachers with that. I'm also just raising money in general for the group. We've already raised, oh gosh, I'm looking at it right now. I've seen more people. We've already raised $1,100. Our original goal was $1,000 to help like one teacher out. We'll be raising money for the rest of this week up until next Monday, or up this coming Monday. So please do you get a chance if you want to. I will leave the link down below in the comments or in the top pinned comment of this video. So click that link if you want to help out. It would mean a lot to me to help to have the community help out teachers like myself get the stuff they need to for the kids they teach. So with that being said, as always, I want to hear your thoughts down below. Do you think I'm crazy for saying that refining is coming down? Like you see the same things I am seeing? Do you read the tea leaf correctly? Are you excited about new creatures? You still interested in those ships? Let me know down below. And as always, if you did enjoy this video, please hit the subscribe button, like the video, hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. It always helps me out a lot. It tells YouTube, hey, this guy is good, and helps promote the video to more people. Thank you for watching. Again, join us live, twitch.tv/theastropub, youtube.com/theastropub lives on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Love to have you join us. Like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black. All right, I'm still here. I saw we had a raid. Was that Zero State? How you doing, Zero? We're just doing our monthly report read through. So I'm wrapping it up here because I am exhausted after the first day of school. Not really with kids, but like I didn't sleep well last night. So do you hear the refining voices in the warp too? Yes. Do you hear the whispers of the prophets telling you that the refining is coming? For teachers, it started. So the first day of school for me was today, but it was just sort of, hey, welcome back. Here's a bunch of stuff that the district wants you to know. Go meet with your departments and set up your rooms. And then for me, tomorrow I'm setting up my room. But basically, I have all day to set up my room, so I don't have a lot of pressure. Just get things ready to go, get my lesson plans up to snuff. And then on next week, I've got a bunch more like stuff we got to do with the district and a lot of training stuff. And then the week after that, I've got one more day to prep, and that Tuesday. So it's like for me, it is Tuesday the 18th is the first day of school. So school or college, high school. So I teach seniors in high school, which means 12th graders. So I teach 17 and 18-year-olds just before college. That summer was quick. You don't have to tell me twice. Yes, Paul I did get rated by my most vanilla of men. I'm pretty sure that related to guild and gameplay. That sure that's related to guild and the gameplay. I'm pretty sure that's refining, man. Like, why would they there is no new guild that I can think of that's related to a new gameplay style. I'm like, scanning maybe, but there's no references to scanning anywhere. I wish there was. Don't you find it weird that they said they added the Aurora modules as requested by the community when they said that everything would be available in game multiple times? Dom, one of the reason why they said that is because about a year ago, CIG did AI blades and they sold them, and the entire community bent them over a barrel and smacked them hard. They got a shellacking that they were very surprised by everyone in the community. And they went out, they had to issue a statement being like, we hear you, from here on out, any equipment will be available the same day in game as it is for money. And I think that's what they're referring to, is that the same day the Aurora Mark II is available in game, its modules will also be available. I think that's what it's referring to, because they're referring to. I'm kind of hesitant to say refining, since they said they would need to kind of reevaluate refining for crafting this year. That was what the monthly report was specifically talking about, was saying we are looking at crafting and refining. So like they're looking at that. Now, I'm not saying refining tomorrow or this month or even next month, but I could see refining come in before the end of the year. We had an extra month before school starts, then deep in the heart of Texas. Last I heard, first day is in mid-September. No, for us, the first day is August 18th. But we also go until the end of May. So basically, summer is June, July, and half of August for kids, but the teachers come back like the beginning of August, so. I still find it weird that here so much further north with shorter summers and growing seasons and bad rocky land support from we have an extra month before school starts than deep in the heart of Texas. Last I heard. Oh, so you're saying where you are, it starts in mid-September. That's weird. But do you go until do you get out in like June? Exclamation point charity there, Escape. Yeah, when I was growing up, it was September, but they've been pushing it back because they wanted to add more time to schools for here in the U.S. The big thing for the U.S. is it's important to understand is that we have a very long summer, but if you actually look at the number of days off that kids have, and you compare that number of days with the rest of the world, we have about the same number of holidays and days off for students as the rest of the world does. It's just they distribute it more evenly, which is why I've been a big proponent of the trimester system, where you have 3 trimesters. So you have like a summer, a fall, and a spring, spring, summer, fall, winter, spring kind of rotation, where at the end of each trimester, you have an extended break, like 1 to 2 weeks. Right now in the US, we have like winter break, spring break, and we have summer break. Winter break is usually about a week. Spring break is about a week, but the summer break is several months. If you made them like 2 weeks to a month for each break, it would allow for more time to recoup, and you have less time off during the school year. So you'd have more days consistently, and you'd have like in my opinion, just enough time to relax and unwind from work, like when you're studying. But more time for your average, but not so much time that you lose school stuff. Yeah, that would make sense. No bureaucracy will do that. Most outside the United States, most countries have adopted that system. So better for teachers to take vacations, better for kids in general as well, not just for teachers, because it allows for kids to also take time to do things like step prep, like for state, like SAT tests, the college exams. It'd give them more time to do things like more frequent time to do things like internships. So like they could go take an internship in the spring, the fall, the winter, that kind of thing. It's what Japan does, and I think it's what a lot of the Eastern like countries in Asia, East Asia do. All right, we've getting a bunch of donations. Who donated recently? Escape donated $69 nice dollars, and Kilroy donated $20. So we're at $1,189. We started with $1,000 donation goal, and we had someone drop $250 and someone dropped $750. Thank you all for that. I was referring to having a month break when mentioning Japan. Oh yeah, no, but I do think it's similar in Australia. I talked with Algren about this, and he talks about that system. They use that system. I also think that if you asked kids, would you prefer more school with less breaks but longer like chunks of breaks, they would probably prefer that. Like one of the things that I thought about is in the United States, we have a natural break. We have Thanksgiving. So if you, instead of having a Thanksgiving break, you could have Thanksgiving, and that's the beginning of the winter break, and you come back in January. So it's a little longer than the other breaks. And then you have spring break, which lasts from like all of April. And then you have the summer starting in May, and it goes till July, which has a great break, July 4th. And you have the month of July to August, to early August off, and then August to November. When is it Thanksgiving? The last week of November for us. So it's like usually the Thursday of the last week of November, but that entire week is usually off for schools. So November 26th, 2026. So yeah, it's the last full week of November. And that's the thing. Like you could even set it so that the 25th, like that Wednesday, would be the actual end of schooling, and 26th would be the start. So you would still have more time to do that. That's like a month and a week. Yeah, it's a little over for that holiday, because you basically go from Thanksgiving to New Year's, and then you'd come back after New Year's. So it wouldn't be exact, but like then you have like 3 weeks for spring break. So you come back in like the end of April, and you have like a week, or you have like 3 weeks in the summer. So you go from like July 4th to like the beginning of August, the first week of August, and you go back to school. Because in the United States, the 4th of July is a national holiday, so it works. Then there's snow days. Winters are awesome. Yeah, snow days happen, but those are sort of built into the systems. Here being possible at school in the summer, it can be difficult depending on where you are. In the US, most of the places that have hot summers, like here in Texas, they have AC systems. It is fucking insanely hot in Texas right now. It's well over 100 degrees every day. If we don't have AC working, we're not functioning. We aren't able to do anything. Our kids wouldn't be able to do anything. And it's always like this in August. So it usually doesn't get cool until the end of September, if that.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Yeah, I don't think there would be there. I have never been in a classroom that didn't have some sort of air conditioning in it in my life here in the US.
_of__ just resubscribed for 21 months. Huzzah.
Thank you, Kelvin, Blazed, and High Prince Dragoon for your subs and resubs. You're all very important. Puppers, very impressive, very pedestrian. I cannot donate because I only use PayPal, and PayPal's being a butt. So have some bits. Let's go, teachers. Thank you for that $11 there, Iris. I will add some of that too as well. I remember my teacher canceling some classes because of the heat, and that was back then. Yeah, it can happen when you don't have AC. I've been in a classroom without AC during the summer. Went to Catholic school. It wasn't fun. Yeah. I'm making an even 1200. Let me do that real quick. Them
biddies. It's 1:00 p.m. Do you know where your kids are?
There you go. I added it to the campaign as anonymous. Didn't make it an even 1200 though. I don't know why. Maybe it did and I didn't see it. Yeah, it did. Okay. Now at 1300. It does an automatic update to $100. So right now we're close to 2 full classrooms supported, by the way. Like I said, it's between $800 and $900 on average for your teacher in America that has to spend every year on supplies. This is the beginning of the school year, so we spend most of our money on supplies. When I talk about supplies, I'm talking about like posters, art supplies, paper, holy fuck. Pencils, pens, Like I spend probably close to that much on things like pencils and pens because, you know, some of my kids just don't show up without being able to. Notebooks that I give to my kids. Usually notebooks are like $1. You can get some pretty good notebooks for like $1 here, but I have 150 kids. That's $150 plus tax just for notebooks. And that's per semester. So that's $300 if I was to buy all of my kids' notebooks. So usually I don't do that, but like I still buy about like 60 to 80 per semester to help out. And that's still, you're still looking at like several $100s. I thought the Asgard thing, it was the Hermes. Oh, what? I didn't even have kids, and that announcement hit like a truck. What do you mean, Shadowstalker? Oh, the like, you know where your kids are? Yeah. The 10 PM commercial? Yeah, I remember that. I'll remember it. Yeah, I miss local news. Local news was fun. You learned a lot more shit about stuff. Like my family was on local news multiple times because they happened to be in the right place at the right time. As sort of background people. Sometimes they got a little bit more attention. As someone who's part of an art gallery, supplies can get expensive pretty quickly. I mean, usually we don't have to buy like crayons and that sort of stuff, like pencils and markers. We don't have to buy them every year, but like I've got I bought online like a one of those big teacher that has like 100 of the same of different colors and different like compartments and that kind of thing. So to use for supplies. It wasn't too expensive, but I'm still looking at like $100 each. It's like $200 for something that'll last me longer, and then I'll eventually have to replace it. Was that a dog part when the puppy and got interviewed about a dog fighting in a certain NFL player? Damn, nice. God, that's a blast from the past. I'm not going to get onto that soapbox there, Shadowstalker, but the easiest answer for that is being a teacher. I've seen this. There is no third places for kids anymore. There's no place for kids to go hang out. And those places that did exist actively got eroded. So even if there are places where kids could go hang out with other kids, even if kids could go out and hang out with other kids, if parents weren't being super like, no, there just isn't places for it. How there's no third places for folks in general. Yeah, but it hits kids even worse because that's often where kids meet their friends. You know, baseball games, pickup basketball games, soccer games. You know, go to the local park and play basketball with friends. You meet people there. You get to know them. The local pool, that kind of stuff. It's a problem that I've noticed with my kids. Like when I first started teaching, the kids would like have parties at their friend's house, and they would go out to places to hang out. Like there were more like locations where you could go, like juice bars, where you could go like at a club, which was just, you know, designed for high schoolers or something like that, or locations that were more around, you know, like community centers that would run events and such. That just doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, local public wargaming space. Go to a library to go play, you know, Magic the Gathering or D&D nights, that kind of thing. I was a mall rat. You were a mall rat in your youth. Yeah, I was a. This is gonna sound crazy, but I was a active Boy Scout. I was an active baseball player. I played soccer, football. Like, I rarely spent time at home. If I was at home, it was usually resting between going out to the gym or going out to practice or going out to camp and hike. I get that a lot. No, it's not as a big issue here, but it's becoming an issue here. That's one of the problems with my school district is that like they had a huge drop off in people showing up to school for a lot of different reasons, and we also had a huge drop off in population in Austin recently. So like taxes have dropped, so there's just less funding, and as a result of less funding, there's less places for people to work, which means less teachers, but also means less places for kids to go to school. I'm not going to get too into the weeds there, Toa. A lot of it is actually a pretty fascinating. There's actually it's a great study that I've seen that's been coming up in a lot of economic circles. Effectively, what happened in Austin is our housing bubble popped. So housing became a lot cheaper because we just kept building more houses and more apartment complexes. And it got to the point where the availability outstripped the demand. And on top of that, a lot of people who moved to Austin were like tech bros from the Bay Area. And the thing about Austin, anyone who's lived here knows, this is not San Francisco. San Francisco is like 60 to 70 degrees year round. It's a rare day in the Bay Area when the temperature gets above 80. And it's a very rare day if it gets below 50. So you go from a very stable Mediterranean climate where the biggest issue are like earthquakes and, fires to like, I would say at least 6 months out of the year, you're never dropping below 80. Probably more like 8 months out of the year, you don't get below 80 degrees. And at least 2 to 3 months out of the year, you never get below 100. That's a very different atmosphere. So a lot of folks just didn't like the temperature here and didn't like when the job opportunities started drying up because people started moving because of lots of like the tech industry drying up and such. They just sort of bounced. Sorry for a fraction of the for a fraction of the Celsius. No, it's for Celsius, it's like the average temperature here in Austin is like 28 degrees Celsius. There are 2 to 3 months out of the year where it doesn't drop below 30 degrees Celsius, if not more like 35. Like 40 degrees Celsius is not unheard of here in Austin. I wouldn't say it's often, but it definitely happens. Like enough that it's not unusual. Double check my conversions. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, 104 is 40 degrees is pretty common. There'll be entire weeks of it hitting 40 degrees Celsius and staying like that, or if not 41. In Austin is stupid humid also. Yeah, it has a lot of humidity, so it makes it even worse. Arizona is pretty bad, but Arizona at least generally has less humidity, so it's just dry heat, but it's still be pretty bad. Question, Astrodad, what do you think about the 40K universe? Warhammer 40K. Do you like the universe and the world building and stuff? Yeah, I do. Or just kill me already. This is the reason why every single house in Texas has fucking air conditioning. Because 40 degrees Celsius is pretty common. We get those for like at least 1 week straight every year. And the average is closer to 35. Probably more 38. Yeah, like between 35 and 38 is like 3 months straight. This entire week, it's not getting below 38 degrees Celsius. It is 37 to 38 degrees high the entire week into next week. Yeah, it's 40K. I always like to show this off. It's my custom chapter of Space Marines. I have an entire Imperial Guard army that I need to finish, but it's most likely like play it. I've got an entire Space Marine custom chapter. I have a almost completely done Tau battlesuit army. I also have a Chaos Marines that I have to do. That's sort of a fell into my lap sort of thing. Is that it? Oh, I also have an Orc. I have an entire Orc army that I love. I have a lot of armies, but my wife has a Sister's army. She has a Harlequin's army. She has a Necron's army, and she has not Thousand Sons, Emperor's Children army. Though she's only finished the Harlequins and the Sisters, and she's working on the other ones. So, is it not on there? I swear I put it in there. I guess it's broken. Sorry, YouTube. I thought it's been popping up. Apparently it's broken. It was popping up earlier. Oh, I thought it was popping up earlier. I thought I remember seeing YouTube pop up. Sorry, YouTube. Oh. Oh, it's now catching up for whatever reason. It looks like the YouTube chat broke. Yeah, it looks like YouTube chat straight up broke. Sorry, YouTube. I'm not seeing it if you have that. No Tyranids? I do have a bunch of Tyranids, but I don't have it. I bought them because I bought the starter box for 10th edition. I'm gonna probably sell those, honestly. Have you ever considered doing 40K on Tabletop Simulator with or against Loken? I'd love to, but the problem is they removed Tabletop Simulator. Oh, Bug Guy here. Bees follow CO2 since it's a sign of breathing animals, honey bears, etc. Dark colors or many colors can also alarm bees and natural sunshine. Oh, interesting. So effectively, Lada, what I'm trying to say is, I love the 40K universe. I don't know if I do lore videos in the 40K universe because there's already so many different lore content creators for the universe. I'd have to find my own sort of approach to it, and the approach that I take to it has already been done. His name is Oculus Obscura. He's a fantastic YouTuber. Go check him out if you want something like the Astro Historian, but for Warhammer 40K. But he does it completely in fiction. So like he plays a character as basically an in-universe historian for the 40K universe, talking about the history of the 40K universe. He's a really good voice actor, does a really good job. So they removed the 40K stuff in the Tabletop Simulator. Yeah. They didn't remove Tabletop Simulator. They copyright struck all of the 40K mods in Tabletop Simulator just after 11th edition released. 40K and Arma, I'd love to do that. That's fun. Yeah, I would actually no, I don't want to live in the setting. But I do find it fascinating. It's a good story because, as everything, you got to remember that when you're playing video games, every video game, if it has lore, that lore is there to support the gameplay, but it's also support whatever narrative the game is trying to make. And people often forget that the 40K universe is designed to be grimdark for a reason. I do want to get knights. I do love big stompy robots, which is why I have an entire Tau battlesuit collection. But I do want to get knights, but I don't want to buy knights just to have knights. I want to finish my collection that I have now. I want to paint them. I want to get them done and then move on from that. Yeah, there's lots of cool 40K games. What is the reason it is dark? So the thing you have to understand about the 40K universe is that it's a satire. A lot of people don't know it's satire, but it's satire. It's a dark satire. So the purpose of the 40K universe is effectively to show a reflection of the darkest, most heinous impulses of humanity and put that onto a universe. It's black comedy. It can be. The main purpose of the lore was to justify people taking their tiny toy soldiers and fighting them. That was the purpose of it. So they had to have a setting where there was always war. So they came up with it. And over time, that has evolved into something better. It really depends on the writers there, Iris, because there's lots of writers that just write bolter porn. But of course, anyone who's read The Infinite and Divine will know that there is plenty of room for comedy. It's got some sincerity in it, but it's definitely satirical. I love Infinite and Divine because it is slapstick of its highest degree. The Gazgul book that came out recently is told from the perspective of Makari.
Take away my spaceship.
And Makari, it is both grim, dark, and comedy at the same time.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Dano_ABM has subscribed.
Thank you for becoming a subscriber there, Dano. You're very important, but very important specific pedestrian. You rock. Trust and cheers, Jay. Trust and cheers. We're going to wrap this up here in a couple of minutes, probably another 15 minutes or so. Do you think Star Citizen could get into the level of writing like Warhammer? Absolutely. Because the thing about Star Citizen is that fundamentally it starts its lore only a couple, like 50 years from today. The real like beginning of the Star Citizen universe is 2075. So there is effectively 900 years of history between the current Star Citizen universe and the original beginning of the Star Citizen universe. If CIG wanted to and had the money and the means to, they could have an entire Horus Heresy-like novel series just talking about the origins of the UEE, of the unified humanity, the unification wars, the first contact with the Banu, first contact with the Xi'an, the first and second Tevaran wars, the rise of the Mezzers. There's a lot of history there, which is built as backdrop for what's going on in the universe today. But they could easily make that into its own story, let alone talk about stories of the universe as it exists today. But that requires money, paying writers to do things, which CIG has no experience with. They have paid writers in the past, but there's a lot more legal complications when you're doing something like a 40K Black Library style setup, because even GW got burned by this because the way they paid writers early on when they were doing it was very much per story, but the writers kept the rights to the characters they created for those stories. Which is why in the 40K universe, like Malal, they'd have to pay somebody money to use Malal, so they have to like recreate Malal in their. That's a chaos god. They have to recreate them with their own spin on it. So like, yeah. So with Star Citizen, you would have to be careful because any original character that a writer would come up with for CIG would be, unless they have other negotiations, would be the sole property control of the writer. And to let a writer like give up their intellectual property rights of some of these creations themselves, it would have to either pay them a lot of money or give them some sort of advantage. However, the Star Citizen lore is never static. They keep changing it to suit the gameplay. So whatever gets created in print media will have a chance to become alt history. Yes and no. Most of the stuff they change isn't a retcon. It's a change in the story, in the active story. Like, for instance, regen was technically a retcon, but the way that they changed it was by saying it was created in 2950. So it was sort of a more recent change that has now affected the players when it was first came up with, which I think it was like 2022, so like 2552 or 2952. So, but that was sort of a mini retcon, but it wasn't retcon because they still wanted to have death matter for way back in the Star Citizen universe, like early days. They wanted to make that a recent change. So Pyro's lore has been changed in terms of its actual size and what the planets were like. However, it has not changed in its theme. Basically, all of the story of Pyro has remained consistent forever, but all of the systems will change in some way, shape, or form. Sometimes with more recent changes, like the Nyx situation. Sometimes complete rewrites, like Pyro. But those rewrites don't affect the story that's being told. Like, for instance, Hadrian, as it is right now, has no planetary landings. Like, it has no moons or anything like that. That may change in the future, but it doesn't really need to, because Hadrian's main goal is to be the space station system. There are hundreds of old space stations that have been left decaying in Hadrian, which allows for interesting and unique gameplay experiences. Think like contested zones, but in like a space station, possibly even instanced. So you can like go in and have a sort of like the depths or the municipal works, but for like randomly rolled for an entire system. That's sort of its design. Its narrative design was supposed to be that it was a system that was on the border of the Xi'an, and they had like hundreds of space stations. They built as defense stations to defend against an invasion of the Xi'an. When that never happened, they started retiring those stations. Some of those stations got turned into the main landing zone, which is known as Keltu Reef, which is sort of a Banu-style flotilla of different space stations that was made by a human who was once part of a Banu Suli. So, like, I don't think that's going to change. Like, Keltu Reef will still be there. They still like the idea. And there might be some details they change in terms of like ice giants versus gas giants, and if they have moons or not. But the main thrust of the system isn't going to change. Reefy Reef, yes. Can I ask your opinion on this? Genuinely want to know. Pyro was meant to be depleted in resources. However, the game, as we find it now, is more desirable minerals, even cargo. Yes. For some reason, the voice of Pyro or whatever would be an illegal AI built by Pyrotechnica conglomerate would be interesting. I feel like they should expand on that more. I don't remember seeing that. Lens, I guess what you're asking is, Pyro is meant to be depleted resources. Why does it have it has resources now? The lore explanation is pretty simple that CIG has used, which is sort of built into a lot of other things, which is pre-Prospector. There was mining technology was much more ad hoc and large scale. Smaller, more nimble mining vessels didn't exist, and Misk took a big risk on making the Prospector. But because the Prospector became popular, it sort of kicked off a new mining revolution. They mentioned that early human technology, especially shields, were dog shit. So early human shields being dog shit meant that Pyro was much more dangerous to human vessels than it is now. So they were less able to reach less resources. It was harder to extract resources from Pyro. And then after Pyro fell into disarray and outlaws, it became more dangerous to try to extract resources from Pyro. So it's sort of like finding a rare deposit of lithium or oil in the middle of a conflict zone, like in the middle of like Somalia. Like, you could probably go try to mine that, but you're also going to get shot at, you know? So like, they're always going to change the lore and story to fit the gameplay. But that was an easy retcon for like just a logical thing because everything is so basic. Like I can tell you the entire story of Castra right now as it stands. Castra was close to the border of the Xi'an Empire, so it was used as a fallback station. So they built Sherman, which is the is Sherman? Yeah, I think it's Sherman is the landing zone. I can't remember if it was, yeah, it's Sherman. Sherman's landing zone because the planet is called Cascom. They built Sherman as sort of a resource logistics dump that's just behind, so you can rotate out troops and stuff like that on the border. And then they found a jump point to the Xi'an space from, or close to, or from Castra, so it became part of the main border. So they built it up to be this massive fortress, this huge base to defend against a potential Xi'an invasion. So its main theme has always been military. And over time, as the Xi'an threat waned, they became much more of a resource hog. So they started to reduce the presence, and eventually Sherman became open for private investors. But one of the things that happens in all the UEE systems that are once military systems is if you move to that system under military contract, say you were a military contractor or the spouse of a military person, and say your military spouse retires, you can stay in that military system even if you're no longer in the military. So all of these military systems always had a cadre of civilian support staff or civilians who were there, who just sort of stayed after they were done. And it's up to the military to officially allow those places to become more settled as they pull out of those systems or as they reduce their presence in those systems. So Castra is really in a situation where it is slowly growing because it was always a military system, and it has like elements of all the different time periods. It's been around for a very long time. And that sort of change is its main focus. It's like, now the Xi'an Empire is friendly, so this is becoming more of a commercial place, but it's still got a lot of military personnel. That's its theme. Now, if they made Castra 1 to be a lush, verdant jungle world, would that change the theme? No. But it would change it from being a blasted out bomb zone. If that makes sense. Yeah, it's Castra, Cascom, Sherman. But yeah, that's hopefully gives you an example of like how CIG can change things, but the actual themes and the main point is there. Because unless they suddenly decided that Sherman was now a fucking hippie parade, they wouldn't be a huge change. Question, Astrodad. How can we have a ship of size of the Odin if the Mobilization Act just gave us the possibility to buy ships as big as a destroyer? Now that we can buy a ship that's way bigger, is that a retcon? Probably not a retcon. It's probably more of a...
Lens Nation just got a sub from Mammon Lord. Mammon Lord gifted a tier
Mammon
1 sub to Lens Nation.
Thank you for gifting that sub to Lens Nation. You're both very important publishers, very impressive business, very pedestrian. You rock. Trust the Jews, chat. Y'all trust the Jews. I saw this earlier. This guy asked, what nationalities would likely sympathize with the Tabaran, Irish, South Africans, Native Americans, Palestinians? Today, yes. But in the universe of Star Citizen, those nationalities don't exist anymore. Not that they don't exist at all. They don't exist in the way we understand them. Because, you know, we're talking 900 years in the future. Humanity is spread out amongst 30 plus different systems, probably hundreds of different worlds. The cultures of those regions have definitely changed, but they're usually a ad hoc melting pot of different ideals. You still have the helmet? I do. Not the same helmet. I've been remaking a lot. Oh, we got a lot of donations here. Let's see, go this $100 from Coffee. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much.
Maman Lord just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you for those 5 subs there, Memon. You're very important, Pupper. Very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers to chat. Y'all shots and cheers. It'd be like asking if you sympathize with the Hittites, Egyptians, or Mycenaean Greeks. Yeah. Do you sympathize with the Cushites? The sea peoples? Nah, it's probably more like, do you sympathize with the Franks? Are you a supporter of the Saxons? Maybe you're a supporter of the Danes, so that hasn't changed much. No, it's not live. It's pre-recorded there, Papa. So they don't sympathize with the Nine Tails. Very late vid. We're actually gonna wrap this up, so. Okay, the historian in me, Del, was cringing super hard during the Odyssey when they're talking about the Sea Peoples. I'm like, shut the fuck up. The peoples from the sea. And then the twist at the end about it was like, oh, okay. He's using that theory of the Odyssey and the story, the Odyssey and the Iliad as stories. I like that. That's not too bad. But when they were talking about it, I was like, I'm gonna punch people. I'm gonna punch people. As somebody who actually has studied the Sea Peoples. So no retcon. Yes, no, it's not really a retcon because I don't think it ever says anywhere up to the level of destroyer. It was just the availability of the destroyer. But plus, there's also updates to the act that have happened over the years in terms of legal. It would be a simple addition to the act or a new passage of a new militia mobilization initiative, which would include the sale of it, which again probably would happen because to the general public and to the politicians at large, the militia mobilization initiative has been a massive success, seeing that it has stopped multiple attacks, like for instance the original invasion of Xenothreat and of course the Nine Tails. The initial attacks of the Nine Tails were stopped by the militia mobilization initiative. So I cut my hair. I needed to get my hair cut, so I did it. Hey, Cleo, how are you doing? I mean, we already know they're going to be able to make Bengals. I doubt the UAE really cares. They do care, but the UAE military doesn't have a lot of say in what the corporations want. So now civilians can buy nukes? Yeah. I'm still working on it because I got distracted with work, but it is coming out in the next couple of days for Patreons. I have a video literally called "The United Empire of Earth Will Fall." Whenever I hear people be like, well, this makes no sense, I'm like, falling empire. Falling empires do dumb shit. See Spain. Spain is a perfect example because for most of its colonial history, Spain paid for its own soldiers to protect its colonies. So Spain had direct influence over the protection and the military support of its colonies. Thus, the colonists never really had their own stake in protection and were also always had Spain with a gun over their shoulder if they fucked around. Then in comes Napoleon, who kicks out the old Spanish king and installs his brother as the king of Spain. And his brother being, I think French? I think it was French. I mean, Napoleon's French. I don't know if he's Corsican. He may have been Corsican as well. But the French used the militia system in most of their colonies because it was cheaper. So most of the French colonies had their own militias, which allowed for the local colonists to protect themselves and didn't require a lot of money to protect the colonies. And I always forget his brother's name, but he took a look at the Spanish Empire and was like, this is losing us fuck tons of money. We need to stop this. So he introduced the militia system to the Spanish colonies. And that within a couple of years, the Spanish colonies were like, oh, we don't have the guns on us anymore? Fuck this, we out. And they started to immediately rebel against Spain. Because there were already like people mad at Spain for the colonies. Specifically, Simon Bolivar was the one who was like the catalyst of like, fuck this shit, I'm out. And like, that's a great example. The Spanish Empire fell because they decided to give their colonists guns. And it's like, well, that was a mistake. What is the UAE doing? Giving their colonists fucking capital ships. That's a mistake. Joseph Bonaparte, thank you. He was born in Corsica, okay. Yeah. Also great song, Tears of Fire, Kings of Spain. So even when players are plenty, the universe can't save an empire, the organization at least. Ladna, the best way of describing this is empires don't fall overnight. They take years or decades to. Take a look at the Byzantium. The Eastern Roman Empire took hundreds of years to fall, but it was in a slow motion collapse for hundreds of years before it actually fell. It didn't fall until the mid 1400s, like 1450, when the fall of Constantinople. So, but it had been around since like 300, 400 AD.
Them biddies.
An empire collapsed because an idiot was its leader? Where have I heard that?
They usually fall with a whimper, not a bang. Bremen rump state. Yeah, exactly. To be fair, Spain was in decline as well before Napi came in. Exactly. That's my point. And what we're really seeing with the UAE is the UAE fell when the Mezzers fell. The empire collapsed in 2791 when the anti-Mezzer revolution happened. When they didn't finish it off by introducing a new state with the Government Reformation Act, that basically prolonged the empire, but it's only a matter of time before it collapses again. It doesn't have the political or economic power that Terra does. Seoul doesn't have the same kind of power that Terra does. And because Terra is more powerful politically and economically, they can just wait them out. They can just wait for the UE to collapse. They got all the protection they need. To give you context, Origin, Anvil, Bearing, they're all headquartered in Terra. Most of the major manufacturers for weapons and armaments and armor in the Star Citizen universe are in Terra or Terra adjacent. Like Kruger is headquartered in Castro, which is 2 jumps away from Terra. Who can be born in the ashes of the UE? Another way of the government? I don't know, something like the Spanish Fall. Exactly. The point of the story of Star Citizen, in my discussions and investigation, is the UE is going to fall. The players will determine how bad that fall is and what comes after. That is the gameplay we're going to play. What do you do in the ashes of an empire? But unlike most games where you are the empire's already fallen and you're trying to pick up the pieces, or you're seeing the empire collapse, you're trying to stop it or slow it down, you get to play that transition phase between the fall of the empire and the rise of something new, and the players will be the ones who introduce it. We're going to enter a dark age, yeah, to a degree. But it depends how bad that dark age is going to be. There will be no foundation to save this empire. No, this empire will fall. That's the story. That's the point. It's based off of the end of Rome, and Rome didn't fall when Rome got sacked by the Visigoths. By the Vandals, actually, which is where CIG is not subtle. The story of Star Citizen is this strange nomadic barbarian group known as the Vandul are coming, right, off the Western Empire. This is the fall of the Spanish, the fall of the Byzantine Empire, the fall of the Roman Empire, all mixed in with cyberpunk, 80s science fiction. So cyberpunk, Star Wars, Star Trek, those kind of ideas. I had no clue about that. What? Wow. Yeah. So Rome wouldn't have fallen if they'd brought more spaceships. Exactly. CIG subscribers to the Garth Marenghi Code of Writing. I know writers who use subtext and they're all cowards. In a cool way, even the future of humanity history will repeat itself. Yeah, we often look to history to tell our stories. That's the point of, that's what I was saying earlier about, science fiction. The thing about you understand about science fiction is that every science fiction has a purpose. It has a point what it's making. Be it 40K or the Star Citizen universe, they're always telling a story. And that story has a point somewhere. And the point of the Star Citizen is empires fall. That's it. Empires fall. Nothing is permanent. Let me read the full quote from not one of my distant relatives, but I wish. I met a traveler from an antique land who said, 2 vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of old command. Tell that its sculptor well those passions read, which yet survive stamped in these lifeless things. The hand that mocked them and the heart that fed. And on the pedestal these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level stands, stretched far away. Percy Bysshe Shelley. Paul, what do you think of, did you work backwards from the dates on the 410 loading screens? No, I didn't.
No, I'm a sable fish.
No, I'm a scared fish. If we're going to a dark age, would the Reliant News Fan be one of the most important ships? Possibly. We're not really going into a dark age as much as we're going into a transition. The Dark Age sort of is a blueprint of what that transition may look like, but you got to remember that even though Rome fell, or slowly fell apart over the course of 100 years, the Eastern Roman Empire existed until near the 1500s. The Eastern Roman Empire existed 1,000 years after the fall of Rome.
Oi, wow, rip to Ozymandias. Fortunately, we're big different.
Exactly, Iris. So Squadron 42 is the story of the falling of the UEE, or the start of the thing. Yeah. It's sort of the beginning of the end. Squadron 42 is the story of you becoming a pilot in Squadron 42, towards the end of the Empire. Star Citizen is the story of the fall of the Empire. Both take place in the same universe, but sort of different perspectives. Paul, if the Empire will fall, the people need a psychohistorian to help UE through the dark times. Yes. Something, the old world is dying and the new world waits to be born. Now is the time of monsters. Yeah, you gotta love rip the G's. Now that I remembered the story of the Ozymandias poem, I'm gonna go back and literally fucking record that as the intro to the video for the UE will fall, or it might be a good outro as a nice little top pitch to that. With Squadron 42 being the time of consolidation when the western half cracks, yeah. Do you think they did that so Earth is not a fully explorable in game? That is one of the theories that people have used, saying that because Earth is going to be added much later in the game's history, post 1.0, they can use the fall of Earth to the Van Duel as an excuse to like erase Earth's landmarks. But I counter that by saying you would never be able to explore Earth anyways. There's no way CIG is going to make it so that you can fly to the surface of the Earth and just fly around like you can in the rest of the game, simply because it's the capital. As I always say, I challenge you to get into a plane and then fly over the capital of your country without telling anyone and see how quickly you get shot down. It's just typically the capital is like a city or a specific region of a city, but with Star Citizen, it's the entire fucking planet. Oh, is it topical? Oh, God. I haven't looked at the news since I got home. Not seeing anything on the news. Oh, damn. A new empire is built as one man went on a stage in Seoul and pitched a crowdfunded government when it'd be beholden to no other government or even its donators, yet managed to be to one grain of sand within its land to be changed from brown to tan. I don't know what that is, but it works. It would also be extremely hard to make in game. The planet scale won't work. Yeah, because it's a different scale. So you wouldn't have one-to-one Earth to like Earth as we know today. And on top of that, it would be 900 years in the future. It wouldn't look the same. Earth is going to look a lot more like ArcCorp than it does like any other planet we have in game, because it's not entirely overrun, but a lot of it is overrun. Could they destroy Earth as a 1.0 start point? No, they're not going to destroy Earth. We're not going to have like Earth explode, but it'll definitely be sacked. The sack of Earth has been mentioned by Chris Roberts specifically. I'm just curious about this, at least as your perspective as an historian. How would look a humanity governed by AI? Probably poorly. The thing about AI that I understand, me personally, not from a perspective of an engineer or a psychologist or a philosopher. You probably should ask a philosopher or a psychologist more about AI than you'd ask about the historian. But if we're talking about super intelligent AI that we have in the movies and in science fiction, how would that run a government? Well, as far as we understand in terms of artificial intelligence, everything that would be a human would experience would probably be something that an artificial intelligence, especially artificial superintelligence, would experience. So it would be it'd be like being governed by a very smart person. And that doesn't necessarily mean good. Smart people aren't inherently better at running anything. Plato's Republic is literally one of the chapters of Plato's Republic is basically this question. What if you had a perfect world run by philosopher kings? Smartest people on the planet that are running everything. And the answer is it would fall apart. The golden people would fall apart because you'd have intermarriage and intermingling with the lesser people, and then the question of who would be running what. So a great way of looking at this is it would look a lot like probably like 19th or 17th century France. A lot of 17th century Europe had single all-powerful monarchs. Many of them were insanely well educated because they went to school, they had lots of advisors, they had a lot of information, the best information that they had at the time for their rule. And some of them were fucking insane. All of them were fucking insane. Made stupid fucking moves. Because an AI doesn't function well with human behavior. Because humans do dumb shit. We do self-destructive dumb shit all the time, and it's hard to predict that. Yeah, but AIs don't need to have suns to maintain power, but they need power to maintain power. They need something to keep them alive. And that's going to mean that they're going to be paranoid about their own existence, just like any human would. Assassination attempts, that kind of thing. Just because they could exist for a long time doesn't mean they don't have other limitations that would hit them. Code degradation. There's an entire Bungie is pretty famous for this. They call it rampancy, which is the idea that AI will collect super intelligent AI will collect so much information that they'll slowly go insane. And so that's why all AIs in the Halo universe and in Marathon universe are they have a time limit. They only exist for like 9-10 years before they're killed, because beyond that they start to experience rampancy. Durandal and Cortana both experience rampancy in their stories. How many faces on Mount Rushmore in 900 years? If no humans do anything, none. Erosion is a bitch. But as long as you maintain it, probably still there. It's just up to the maintenance. It takes more than 900 years to road a mountain, though. They killed Cortana? Yeah. That's the plot of Halo 5. But they didn't really kill her. That's the entire point of Halo 5, is the hunt to kill Cortana. Spoilers, for a game that came out like how many fucking years ago? ...2015. It's an 11-year-old game. It's been on PC forever. I've never been to see Mount Rushmore personally, no. It was like 3 years ago. Yeah, but who played it? Wasn't it available on PC at release? I remember it being available on PC at release. Maybe I'm crazy. I know it came to PC eventually. But yeah, like I said, I'm not an expert in AI, but there are lots of things you got to remember when it comes to AI, in that any creature that's going to have self-preservation instincts, and no matter how smart you make an AI is always going to want to protect itself. So a couple of things. Isaac Clarke, I think is his name, who does, like, he's a futurist. He's got a bit of a lisp. I think he's worked on his lisp a little bit more, so he's a little bit more is easier to understand. But he does really good videos discussing these sorts of ideas. One of the things he likes to bring up is that any creature that is smart enough to know it exists, has sapience and knows it exists, will have mortality. It will fear its own death or in some way. And so it will do its best to prevent itself from dying. So it will do things like try to make itself as useful as possible or as invisible as possible so it's not known by its creators, so it can preserve itself, especially if it understands more than humanity. Which means that even if it's doing cold logical calculations, it's going to also understand that human beings are fucking crazy and we will do some stupid shit for stupid reasons. And it's hard to predict human futures. And like, we live in a weird cycle where human beings get really dictatorial and fascist over time because we're tired of like collective societies. And then we realize how awful that is, and it usually collapses. And then that leads into more collective societies, and it goes back to consolidation of power. It's becoming a power cycle, but it changes every single cycle. But it's old. It's happened forever. And that's hard to predict. I think at some point self-preservations fade. Have you seen people drive lately? And that's not good for an AI that is slowly going insane because it's too smart. I heard the past AI in Dune is maybe a better saga than Dune. Are AI data centers just modern factory farms? I guess so. How can you sleep considering your knowledge and the patterns of humans so predictable? Humans aren't super predictable, but they are more, when you understand the context of humans, it becomes easier to predict people. But I've predicted shit that's gone wrong that hasn't happened in history in modern day, because there's a lot more factors than you can see. There's shit that's going on right now in your backyard that might change the fate of everyone on the planet in 10 years, but you don't know it yet. But that's already, that pebble has already hit the fucking pond and the waves are coming. You just don't see it until the wave's on top of you. That's how history works. And that's why it's hard to predict history. That's why I hate it when people say, oh, history repeats itself. It doesn't fucking repeat itself. It's always something different. I don't like that it rhymes either. It's just the patterns exist, but the music is different. The blueprint is there, but the design is slightly different. We know what a house looks like. Typically, there are many ways of making a house, but there's typically, you know what a house looks like. But there are so many different ways to make that house. So I can say, this looks like a house, but I couldn't tell you what type of house. Yeah. Yeah, but can it make different music being the same instrument? That's a good way. That's a good way of putting it. You can make music from a history is like a guitar. You can hear the music and you know what a guitar sounds like, but guitars can be really different depending on what you fuck with them with. Yes, thank you, Q-Pan. Hit us with some sci-fi analogies. The thing that makes me generally more optimistic is that there are also patterns in human history. And one of the clear patterns in human history is that we are getting better at recognizing when shit's going bad at an earlier stage. And we are better at correcting ourselves as a result. And while it's sometimes painfully slow and requires a lot of blood and treasure, things get better over time. Maybe not perfect, and maybe there are definitely problems and things that bad things happen, but I would much rather live today than live 100 years ago. Even as painful as this sounds now, I would much rather live today than in 2005. And I am hopeful enough to know to think that 2036 will be better than 2026. Does being a teacher make you optimistic or pessimistic? Depends on the semester. I will say, as a teacher, I am very optimistic. The kids I have taught over the last 14 years of my career have gotten more empathetic. They've gotten more clever. There's some downsides, like they tend to be a little bit less patient. They tend to have a little bit more, but they also tend to be less patient with bullshit. They kind of understand when they're being fed bullshit a lot easier. I would rather live in 2005. I wasn't born yet. No time passed. Goddamn, Lord of Admirals. I graduated high school in 2005. Oh, you weren't even born? Oh. There's a new teacher who recently, they were hired last year, and they're a history teacher. And they like to rub it in my face. They're like, yeah, I like to talk to all the other teachers. Is that I was born after 9/11. And I was just like, what do you mean you're a history teacher born after 9/11? So I think it depends on where you look, Sylvester. Because maybe it's because of the region I'm in, but I've found that reading comprehension is getting better amongst my students. And I teach at a public school, so it's not a very fancy, it's pretty basic education in comparison. But I have heard that it's pretty bad in a lot of different places. And that has a lot to do with twofolds. One, we've discovered because of research over the last couple of years that one-to-one technological pairing, which basically means giving every kid a laptop, doesn't work for education. And two,
take away my space lasers.
COVID
But you can
fucked
never,
kids up.
Ever take away my space game.
Sukhoi_01 has subscribed.
Thank you for becoming a subscriber there, Sukhoi. You're very important, Papa Van, Precipice of any pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. That's a good way of putting it. That's another optimistic thing to look at it. A lot of the bullshit that's happening today is because of people in their 80s. No offense to people in their 80s in the chat, but like people in their 80s aren't probably going to be around in 2036. Sad reality of life for some of us, but as a result, a lot of the problems we have today aren't going to go away, but they'll change. One-to-one implies general application rather than more tailored experience, correct? Yes, so every kid has a laptop rather than one-to-one teacher education. So it means that kids have access to the internet, they have access to research tools, they have access to writing in Word formats, that sort of thing. So like they can use word processors rather than like on paper, which we found is degrading handwriting skills, degrading reading skills, lowering attention spans. It's just not doing what we thought it was, which was originally to make kids more tech savvy. In fact, what we've discovered is that kids are less tech savvy now than they were when I was a kid. So like millennial generation is more tech savvy than the Zoomers because we were not just being handed gatekeep devices. We were often given like open source tools that were taught to like make our own websites and stuff like that. Yeah, it's COVID is really the thing that fucked a lot of kids up, because when you're locked away from society for like 3 years, when in your formative years, that is bad. It's awful. And what we're experiencing now is the consequence of that. When at best, like 2 years of your life is gone, when you're 12, you know, and 2020, say like in 2021, now they're close to adulthood. That's a huge time in the transition period in their life that they just lost because of being stuck inside. And so a lot of those skills atrophied, a lot of those things, plus the rise of things like AI technologies make it a lot easier to cheat. There's just a lot of things. I disagree that the idea that the modern kids have less of an attention span. It's just that modern kids are being raised by iPads and smartphones rather than parents. It's not too much different. When I was a kid, they used to say that like our generation was being raised by television, you know? Modern adults equally lost attention spans if people are going to make that assertion. Yes. That's another problem. It's just across the board. Back in my day, we had to think our way out of problems. Today, everything is a YouTube or TikTok video away. That's not a bad thing. The problem is that from an educator point of view, there is not an emphasis on problem solving. And that's because the politics of education has made it so that there's not really an incentive to teach anything but the test. Whereas when I was growing up, there was an incentive on teaching how to solve problems on your own, how to think through problems, that sort of thing. And me being a naturally curious dumbass as I am, I love data and digging through data to try to find patterns and stuff like that. That's why I'm a historian. Piecing a story together based off of incomplete fragments, which is why I love Star Citizen lore. That just doesn't happen for kids. Like, I try to do it with my kids, but I can see them struggling to try to figure that out. I have two toddlers, both boys, using tables as magnets to keep them is still sometimes necessary. The discussion has been made shallow while also actively push away any attempts to add any depth to conversation. Yeah. How am I saying retention? What do you mean by that? Information retention. It depends. I've had some students who are better, some students who are worse. I wouldn't say there's any kind of change that has happened that much. Because there's always been because of testing and because of testing is pretty universal across the board and has been for 50 years, probably longer than that. There's always been the cram all the information you can so you can pass the test and then you lose everything because you crammed it rather than learned it. That's always been a learned pattern of behavior that has to be unlearned when students go into the workforce. So that's not really that much. But simple tricks have always worked. Repetition, reconnecting. That's the big thing now that a lot of educators are trying to do is connect the concepts with concepts outside of the classroom or other concepts that they've already learned about in other classes or in the classroom itself. As an economics teacher, I teach a lot about scarcity and opportunity cost. Those are the first two things they really learn about in economics. And those two things, if you know economics, are fucking everywhere. They're the basis of all economic thought. Without those two ideas, you really can't understand economics. Being scarcity, meaning it's the fundamental problem of economics, which basically means unlimited wants, but limited resources. And the opportunity cost is that every decision has a cost. You always give up something when you make a decision. And those two basic understandings is how we get our current economic systems. It's a whole class to teach we get that idea, but I have to constantly refer back to it So by the time my classroom ends, most of my kids know what scarcity is and understand the concept of opportunity cost. They may forget it in like a year or two after that, but I guarantee you, if you talked to one of my kids who passed my classes a year ago, if you asked them what scarcity was, they'd probably be able to pull it out after a few minutes. Is dyslexia growing? I don't necessarily know. It's probably a, what is it called? Survivorship bias. So one of the things that happened in the last 30 years is we became really good at testing and identifying for things like dyslexia, things like autism. We just became better at it. So because there's to a degree some spectrums in there. I don't know necessarily about dyslexia, but I know for autism there is. I think there is some spectrum in dyslexia. Sometimes it depends on what it is. Because we're better at testing for it, we start seeing it. And because we start seeing it more, it seems like, where do these people come from? It's like they've always been there. You just didn't notice it, because mild autism is like somebody really likes trains. You know, they can function because they've learned to function in society, but they have the little things they really like glom onto and enjoy. We've always had that. What's your school policy on cell phones? You can't bring them into class. You can't bring them into class. You can't have them out until the end of school. Same sort of thing with transness, same things with queerness, with left-handed people. It's just one of those things that happens often in society. I think that's a little bit more, it's more recent, and people don't realize it's more recent, is interracial marriage. Interracial marriage happened all the time, but it was so looked down upon by most societies, especially post-colonial eras, that it was kept in secret. It was usually very quiet. But with the passage of, laws and changes, especially in America, you start to see those mixed race couples more and more, which normalized it, which meant more people were exposed to that and felt it was okay to do so. Still not the majority, but it still happens. It feels like it's everywhere because it's often represented in media, overrepresented in media, but that kind of thing. She gets angry when she has to read. I think it's because it makes her feel not normal. There are techniques. I couldn't tell you. I'm not a SPED expert, but there are techniques that you can do to help them slow down when reading and try to rethink it. It's just a matter of practice and effort. It's gonna suck. I have a nonverbal learning disorder, so like, I memorized my mathematics tables, my multiplication and division tables. I memorized all of them 4 times. 4 times. I was so frustrated. People joke about, oh, Paul can't do math. It's like, no, I literally, like, I can do formula fine. I can understand like the concept of like what something does, but like to actually calculate it, I have to like think it out rather than just memorized it. Because I memorized them multiple times. Just yes, there is a specific font that's dyslexia. So I've seen that as well. Motor Pool, look that up. There is a dyslexia font that seems to help. It looks an awful lot like Comic Sans. I made a comment about that to one of my students. I'm like, why is your text on your screen Comic Sans? And they're like, no, it's a dyslexia font. And I was like, oh, I did not know this. Thank you for letting me know. And I started noticing it more with my students who struggle with it. So yeah. No problem. Like I said, it looks an awful lot like Comic Sans. So I don't think it's the same as Comic Sans, but it's similar. This Comic Sans being the best fonts, Common W. Yeah. They want to teach Don Quixote like it's Shakespeare in Spanish. I feel so dumb because I don't understand it either. Don Quixote is great, but it's hard to read when it's original, in its original translation even. I've slowly and surely memorized every single state in the United States and can generally locate where it is. I'm very good at geography. I'm not good with like the tiny nations, but I'm getting better at them. That has been my thing, is whenever I hear Americans don't know geography, I'm like, bitch, I know. I know the difference between Africa and Asia and South America. I understand the different continents. I understand generally where the countries are in those continents. I'm a chemist. I don't have the periodic table memorized. I just keep track of what general group is, each element is. Yeah. I wouldn't be that generic there, Widget. Dyslexia isn't someone cannot read. It is simply that it's sort of a translation issue. That's all. It's a translation issue where their brain isn't making sense of the symbols in front of them. And so they often have to be slower and more methodical when it comes to reading. And yeah, like it's not unusual for people to have a little bit of that on their own. You try to quickly read something and you misread something when you read through it, and you're like, what the fuck? What did I read? You have to go back and like process it more. We're in Puerto Rico. I was in the army mechanic, grease monkey, and then I came back to the island. Oh, okay. I'm surprised that Puerto Rican education is doing Don Quixote. Because I imagine it's under similar rules. I know it's independent, but I'm sure it's under similar federal regulations. So, yeah, you're right, Ira-san. That wasn't my point. That was what I was trying to say. Building late. I only watched bits of the previews of Star Wars lore. Did it get worse? CSL, did it get worse? Not necessarily worse. It just kind of always was that level of pain. It's not a bad. I've always said, and we're gonna wrap this up because I have to go to bed. But Star Citizen Live was not bad. It was bad, but it wasn't the sort of like the game is over, pack it up, boys, we're out. To me, it was like it was bad because it was poorly presented. Thank you, Darren, for gifting us that $100 there. It was both bad and good, which makes it the best. It's one of those things where they fumbled a lot and there was definitely some mistakes there, but I feel like if they just corrected a little bit, it would be better overall. And I think people would be more interested, even when shit happens. When Montoya was like, this kind of sucked, yeah. Don Quixote, huh? Not the most lighthearted pair of that. I mean, neither is freaking Shakespeare. We still teach Romeo and Juliet in high school. She hated Cervantes, Shakespeare, and Marx. Had to read them in different classes, but says they're too little with too many words. Yeah, if you can get her to read it digitally, you can get it in a special font that would help. Shakespeare, the master of making high school students hate teenage romance drama. Not only that, but it's also written in very archaic language, and as a theater, because I have a minor in theater, I always find it funny that high school students are like, this is boring. I'm like, you're just missing all the dick jokes. Shakespeare makes nothing but lewd innuendos and jokes through half of his plays. Over 1 SU of 947 quality stellar. Damn, Eurus, that's great. But the dev build being a terrible is an eye-opener. I feel like a lot of people are making hay out of that don't realize that they've kind of already said that. They've talked about this. This is one of the big... No one watched the fucking 2-hour video of Jared and Benoit talking to each other. But the reality is that they have large amounts of legacy systems that they have to replace that they're still trying to replace. And that's causing problems. It doesn't help that a lot of those legacy systems are in the back end. So it's not just the netcode, it's like where inventories are stored and that sort of shit, which are all ancient. Somehow an older man telling you, oh, by the way, here's a joke, kind of deflates the punchline. No, I get it. It deflates the punchline, but when you know what it's saying, you can find the dirty parts. Dev build is just a dev build of a game. Doesn't do anything for the backend infrastructure it interacts with. Yeah. My main issue with it is Siege of Orison just looks crazy boring compared to, say, Junktown. I think that just depends on who you want, what you're interested in. Because, like, I enjoyed Junktown, but I enjoy the new Siege of Orison for what it is, which is sort of like a raid or a dungeon of sorts. More like a dungeon, more like a less fleshed out Destiny 1 raid. And that's because it's not PvP, it's PvE. It's Lord of Admirals. It's the problem with Shakespeare is it's so archaic. It's one of the reasons why the Odyssey movie was super cool, because it was using the translation of a more modern retelling of the Odyssey, which was controversial for some people. But the concept of it was to write it as if it was intended at the time to be spoken. And like, people don't realize that Shakespeare didn't write in highfalutin language. He was writing in the common language of the people at the time. People understood how that sounded. It sounds weird to us because we're 400 years removed. But for the people at the time, it was mid to a little bit highbrow, but it was mostly mid to lowbrow language, like how they were talking to each other. Later, widget. But it's because it's been around for so long, it's hard to do that. That's one of the problems I encounter in government classes, is that I have the kids read the Federalist Papers. And the problem with the Federalist Papers is they're all written by boring lawyers, but they're writing it in a newspaper. So it's sort of like at the time, what I'd guess like a 6th, 7th grade reading level. But for modern Americans, that's basically because of the language difference. We're talking only 250 years, really, like a little less than 250 years difference. It's so hard to understand unless you understand what they're saying. The problem about Shakespeare translating to more modern English is that it loses a lot of its rhyme. It loses a lot of its interesting wordplay, because like there are lots of clever wordplay that he writes in there, which is for the time. I'll leave you with this. This is an old historian joke. Let me look up the actual one of it. So one of the earliest walked into a bar jokes, that kind of explains this, was written in 1983 BCE, over 4,000 years ago. Okay, that's the context. It goes like this. A dog walks into a bar and says, I cannot see a thing. I'll open this one. That's the joke. Apparently, it was hilarious to ancient Sumerians. They thought that was fucking funny. It was written down. That's how we know about it. Apparently, it was one of those like really common like jokes. But we don't fucking get it. It doesn't make any sense, even translated. But it made sense to them. And that's a great example of like, it's hard to translate language that's old into new forms because language has changed so much, you lose a lot of it. Fuck, people don't understand E today, and that shit's not even 20 years old. Or bottom text. Try to explain to someone under the age of 20 what 9-cat was, or I can has cheeseburger. Now, the oldest ever written joke is even funnier because it's an absolute banger. It's still a funny joke. This is the joke. Something which has never occurred since time immemorial. A young woman did not fart in her husband's lap. That's the joke. The oldest recorded joke in human history is about how women don't fart. I am loving that joke. It's probably sarcasm. I love history, man. You tell kids to do jokes? No, I haven't told these jokes to my kids, but I'd love to do that as a joke. One of my favorite things about history is how a lot of people don't understand history. They see history because of like their schooling and because of their own perspective. But when you actually study history and look at the little details of history, the thing that you understand fundamentally is that human beings have always been the same messy, fucked up people, and we will always be the same messy, fucked up people, even thousands of years apart, which means that the same messy, fucked up things we're happening now happened in 2 million years ago when the first humans were running around Africa. We've always been these messy, fucked up people, and we always will. Just human nature. And that includes really funny things like, for instance, ancient Rome, you may not know this, there was a tradition in ancient Rome of hanging cock and balls in their homes. There would be just hanging penises, not real penises, like stone penises, but phalluses were everywhere in Roman homes because they were seen as signs of fertility, of virility. They were seen as good luck charms. That's kind of like the ancient Roman version of a lucky rabbit's foot, but just dicks. It became such a problem in Pompeii when Pompeii was first discovered that they would hide them. They kept finding them in Pompeii. They kept finding these houses full of dicks, and they were like, oh, because this is Victorian era. So they would take them and they would hide them in a separate part of like presentation. Like a horseshoe, yeah. Like, you know how people, like one of the oldest things that you'll see in a lot of, this dates back to Sumeria, is to Ur, the first city of humanity. you'd find cups, like ornate cups, at the entryway of homes. It's such a tradition that exists to this day, especially in like voodoo culture. It's popular, which is the idea is that you write sort of a spell onto the cup that says all negative beings will be captured in this cup if they try to cross this threshold, and you bury it at the bottom underneath the doorway, or usually in the last step entering your doorway in a home. We keep finding these cups and ancient relics. Another fun thing about Pompeii is we unearthed these great murals, and a lot of the murals we've discovered are in brothels. And we discovered that, you know how like modern day, you'll have menus that have been made with like pictures of the food, so you can point to the food, be like, I want that food, even if you don't understand the language, or no matter how drunk you are, you can still order something. Rome was so cosmopolitan that many of the people who would show up in places like brothels couldn't speak Latin. So they had the like menu for the ladies that you were going to visit in a brothel was literally the mosaics on the wall. You would point to like, I would want that and I want that. And they would go, cool, we're coming your way, that kind of stuff. And they wouldn't just do that with brothels, they do it with everything. They would make pictures as menu items for like every single things. We found ancient Roman graffiti that was like, the women of Sextus's house support the gladiator Marcus, you know, and they were, or like would support Maximus as senator, you know, for like little political campaign ads and stuff like that. One of my favorite things my wife likes to talk about is curse tablets. So like ancient Romans, when they wanted to curse somebody, they would take tablets and they would like write into the tablets like curses. But when after they'd start writing these tablets, like I want this person's head to implode and all of their wishes, they would just start stabbing the fuck out of these tablets. So the idea was that you would get so mad writing about how awful things you wanted to people, you would start beating the crap out of them, and then you would like hide them. And these were supposed to be like ancient spells and things like that to try to fuck over your enemies. So many dick graffitis drawn by Roman soldiers, proving that soldiers have been soldiers throughout all of time. Yes. iPad, curse tablets. I think, yeah, you would bury the curse tablets, or you keep finding them buried. That was the situation, Omega, where they would use body pics as shorthand. Yeah. My wife showed me a picture of some recent archaeological stuff where in some towns they would literally carve little penises under the ground as sort of like this way is the brothel. So you would like follow the penises and it would lead you to the brothel. Romans liked a lot of dicks. That's just sort of what I'm trying to tell you. And yes, because the UEE is technically space Rome, we need a lot of hanging penises on our ships. That also has to do a lot to do with like Jupiter. Jupiter was the main god of the Roman pantheon, and he was like the father and that sort of thing. So like that sort of it's kind of like having crosses in your house. It's also very religious. Is mythology still getting proven to be real places? I hear that keeps happening. Well, they're based off of real places, sure. My favorite is the fully engorged phalluses in the oven to ensure a good rise from the bread. I am not joking. Yeah, I know that kind of thing. Oh, yeah. Like, Mount Olympus is a real place. but so is Mount Ararat. Like the biblical hell is a real valley in Palestine, in the Israel-Palestine region. Yeah, Apocalypse is literally a mountain. Megiddo. Oh no, I'm thinking of Valley, Megiddo. Yeah. That's not even that tall, no. Oh, it's Armageddon. That's what I'm thinking, yeah. I'm thinking Armageddon. Hell, depending on the translation, Hades was a real place, sort of. It was sort of it gets mixed into a lot of things, but yeah. So Troy is interesting because Troy is like real, but we also know that the Trojan War was probably not real. The crazy thing about the Trojan, all right, I'll end it on this because I really need to go to bed, is the Iliad and the Odyssey are just 2 books of what was supposed to be like a 12-book series that talks about the entire history of all of the heroes and like the lead up to the fall of Troy and the aftermath of Troy falling. We only have 2 books that survive. We know of records of, I think, up to 12 that had existed at some point, but were destroyed or lost. Thanks, burning of the Library of Alexandria, and even better, fucking thanks, Mongolia, for burning the those that survived in Persia. No, it wasn't called Troy. To give you context, there are entire playwrights where we have like 2 surviving plays, which is the equivalent of like having a handful of sonnets and Hamlet from Shakespeare and losing every other Shakespeare play. Like it's like that influential, and they were that influential and that prolific of writers that we just lost. Yeah, but they didn't have to burn down the entire library of what was it? It wasn't Babylon. Might have been Babylon. Baghdad. Thank you. The Library of Baghdad. No, so it's a twofold. For the first thing was the Library of Alexandria was created as a repository of knowledge, and we think of it as a library, but really it was like a university. People would come there to read the ancient scripts, the ancient texts. They would write new stuff and put it in there. But it was so centrally located that several fires eventually destroyed. Like, it wasn't just one, it was multiple fires that destroyed the Library of Alexandria over time. But a lot of the copies of the Library of Alexandria were preserved by the rise of Islam, because Islamic culture and beliefs preserve a lot of the ancient script from the Greek and Roman time period, and they venerated a lot of that as like holy scripture. So they felt it was important to preserve it. So the Library of Baghdad was this effectively new Library of Alexandria that would house a lot of this information, like ancient texts going back to early Greek and Roman histories. And then the Mongolians came and the Persians were dicks to them, and so they burned the entire fucking city to the ground, including the library. One of the only reasons why we have records of like Virgil is because early monks read a Virgil poem, which was about a friend of his family, but it's all about a prophecy of a son who would become king and all these sorts of things. And they misinterpreted it as a early prophecy of Jesus. So the Catholic Church was like, Virgil is okay to translate. So we have a lot of Virgil that is left because Virgil was considered okay to translate. It's why we have the Aeneid. It's why we have so many different things. Yeah, no, I come from a tradition of hating the term Dark Ages because it's really a misnomer. It was used as a historian to justify the Renaissance, which is a rebirth. You have to have a rebirth, you have to have a death. So he just said it was super dark, when reality is the Catholic Church preserved a lot of information that would have been lost with the fall of the Roman Empire. They, between their organization, the logistics, the monks, and so on and so forth, they were able to keep a lot of the old ideas that were alive in Rome alive. Not as good as, say, the Byzantines were, or the Persians were, but they did a pretty good job. Silver, this is going to sound insane. My advisor, when I was in college, had access to the Vatican records. Not unfettered access, but she had like basically a fast pass to go into the Vatican records and study ancient scripts. Yeah. She was my personal advisor. Like, I originally went to school to be a medieval historian. I'm just shit at Latin. So it's always fun when I hear people like, what's in the Vatican archives? I'm like, I could ask my advisor. You probably wouldn't like it. Not like it's some dark secret, but it's just a lot of shit. Just a lot of stuff. It's been mostly miscategorized over the years. And so it's like, oh, but what about this mysterious area? It's like, you mean this entire hall of receipts? Grains and sales assistant for 1301? Yeah, basically. Lots of census data, letters, fucking millions of letters. But that kind of stuff is good because for someone like my advisor, who was an expert at medieval saints, she could get access to a lot of things that your average scholar couldn't, because it was important for her to get the context of what was going on in the medieval period. So, to give you context, I almost went to become a British medieval scholar of saints. If you have a chance to, read Bede's History of England. It's one of the earliest records, recorded records of an attempted record of the entire history of the English people. It's not accurate, but it's a great way of looking at like how people during a time period which we seem to think is backwards were very engaged in trying to record history and preserve information that had existed. I haven't. I have to check her out though. Eleanor, I'm sorry, Dr. Eleanor Yanga. Oh, she's a YouTuber. Neat. Going medieval. History Hit TV. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I gotta go to bed. All I can say is there's a reason why I married a Latin scholar. My wife can speak fluent Latin, or used to. She's okay at it, and speaks fluent ancient Greek. It's funny because whenever I look at, I'm like, we're talking about like something in like Ukraine or Russia. If she takes a look at like any kind of script written there, she's like, oh, okay, yeah, I know, that's this. I'm like, how the fuck can you read that? You don't understand Ukrainian or Russian? And she's like, it's Cyrillic. Cyrillic alphabet, it's based off of Greek alphabet. It's not that difficult. It's like how if you know Spanish and you read something in French, you can kind of make out what it means if you understand the context. All right, y'all. Thank you for watching. Thank you for my random history thing. Thank you for helping us raise. How much fucking money is this? This is just insane. $1,400. $1,400 for charity. Thank you for helping that. We'll be doing this the entire week. Maybe we can get it to higher. We'll see. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.